What's going on, Conscious Crew? It is your favorite commentator, CTV. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform, girl. Okay, y'all already know what to do, girl. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up this video. If you're new here, make sure that you subscribe because if I like it, you want to absolutely love it. Okay? Also, honey, you got to make sure that you have your notification bell set to all because you never know what day or hour the king shall be king, girl. And you need to also, if you want to take it a step further, girl, share this stream out, okay, girl? Okay. With no further ado, girl, we're just gonna push the hell on. Well, let me run this one in for the intro, yeah, and then we're gonna get right into it. Okay.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, we went here. Girl, so y'all already know what we're here to do, girl. Okay, I done dropped the link, mods. Yo, if you guys can rotate it in the background, honey. You know, this is a live that is an extension of the previous dialogue that we just had regarding Macy Gray interview with female impersonator, as she calls herself, Monroe. And then Hope Giselle, who is a trans woman and a trans activist who responded to a lot of the controversy around Macy Gray's statements and around the response to T.S. Madison's comments and also a response to that interview between Flame and Hope Giselle, okay? So we will particularly be dropping the link so you guys can come up. Those of you who do not agree, we would love absolutely to hear from y'all. So y'all need to be the first ones up in this motherfucker because you know that y'all are quickest to talk shit and the slowest, baby, to back that shit up by hitting the damn link. So we want y'all here, okay, for sure. But the stream is welcome for anybody, any trans women in the chat, any allies, anybody can hit a girl. But certainly, those of you who need education, y'all need to be the ones front row seat. But we already have a guest, okay? And that is no other than our residential girl. Queen Tulsa, baby. What? Yes, honey, crown. Period. What is going on, Queen? I'm so glad you made it back up here, girl.
I know. It's been a long time coming. But let's just say this. Thank you for bringing the conversation on the platform. I was triggered. So hello to you, Consciouztv. Thank you for having me. Hello.
Yes.
I always get your name.
Reckless.
Reckless. You know, no, Reckless. I think I like you so much that I just get like a brain fart when I get in front of you. So I like fan out.
Ooh.
So Reckless, thank you. And hello to the other person. But I want to just say this.
Yeah.
Flame Monroe is a man. Flame Monroe needs to stay in a man's place. And the reason why I can openly say this is because he likes his pronouns are he, her, and we, or whatever the hell it is. He's a disservice. He reminds me of back in the day. You know, back in the day when the slaves were out there and they was wondering who was telling and who was snitching, it was Flame. It was somebody of Flame's caliber. We have come so far on this journey and we have to pay homage to the women that had come before us. Flame is discrediting everything that we've marched for, everything that we've the obstacles that we've overcome, but that's only for him. And I'm not going to confess that with my mouth. That's not my life. I'm a trans woman. Don't call me no he. I'm 24/7 this way. I got breast augmentation, baby. Like, there's no way I'm going to allow anybody to sit up here and call me he. I'm not stupid. I understand at my birth what I was given. I understand as I grew older, the words, the pronouns, and the education that made sense to my situation as being a trans woman. I'm rolling up. I've got my wine, but I just want to come through, roll that. But I'm gonna yield the floor. I'm gonna calm down and get myself together. But baby, y'all lit a fire. Y'all lit a match under my rear tonight. I'm here for it.
Yes. Thank you for that, Queen. You know, we love having trans women actually be a part of these conversations because these conversations are about them. So hearing from trans women directly, speaking to these issues is super important. So thank you for that, Queen.
And if you disagree, I want you to come up. Listen, this is agree to disagree. We're not going to tear anybody down. We just got to educate you guys.
Absolutely.
That's it. Now I'm about to roll up for real.
All right. Yes, we welcome any of you guys in the stream. Hit the link. Lady T, you are here. Welcome to the platform, love. Your thoughts on everything that happened in that 4-hour live?
Well, I have to reference a previous live before I go into this live. So the last live that you had, I felt like I had a breakthrough and everything like that. And I don't know what made me think I was going to go out there and be able to be the spokesperson and everything. I was waiting because I was watching someone and they were just like using all these the like they was mixing up women and female and gender and all that stuff. So I was like, look at this bullshit. Let me go on my live and I'm going to educate or whatever. So I went on my live and I started reading the dictionary. I got so confused or whatever. By the end of the live, I quoted a whole Sojourner Truth speech and clicked off. I couldn't even fucking get myself together because I was like, wait a minute. What had got me was when I went on into the dictionary and it said female is an adult woman. So I was like, oh shit, you know what I'm saying? So I was just like, I'm not even gonna have that conversation anymore. I get everything up until that point. You know,
you just gotta practice make perfect. So you just gotta keep absorbing first, absorb the information, absorb the conversation, and then you lead from there. But you know what? I gave you an A for effort, lady.
Right?
T.
No, I'm just going. I'm in 101. Okay, this is trans university, and I have not been accepted yet. I'm just still.
I live for it, baby. I live for the passion. Your spirit is in the right direction, girl. You're in the right direction, so I ain't even mad at it.
So then I came over here and I really look at Flame like a lot of older people in the community. They like a lot of them have these notions that I can't even blame them for because we really, really did grow up in a different time and space, you know.
Hello?
So today when I came on, that almost called her what's the lady's Hope. That Hope woman, she like I want to go to a rooftop with her and our two dark-skinned behinds could just sit there and get passed over together. You know what I'm saying? Even though I think somebody informed me that she had a man, but I really enjoyed hearing her. I all the way. Wait, hold on. I hear her. Hearing her. I think is that me?
No,
Serenity.
I'm gonna mute you, boo, until it's time for you to talk. I think you got some feedback coming through.
Okay, do you want me to mute myself? I'm
gonna mute you, boo, until it's time for you to that's fine, boo.
Okay, do you want me to mute myself?
If you're listening from a second device to Serenity, you might like want to turn it off and just listen through the actual stream instead of listening through a second device too. That might help. But go ahead, Lady T.
Yeah, so just hearing her perspective on everything. I just really enjoyed her, and I know that like I felt like a kindred spirit sort of a thing. There's times when it's very easy for me to understand the concept because it's not even about passability. Because there's a YouTuber, I'm not going to name names, but they're not passable, but they're a lady. You understand what I'm saying? Wait.
Okay.
I think we can all identify with who you're talking about. Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
How y'all know? And I don't. Who is it? Y'all need to put it in the back chat, in a private chat.
When a woman
she could put it in the back chat, and if she's right, I'll let you know.
Yeah, well, let me just say this. Y'all remember the situation with R. Kelly and the lady name started with S, and it was her niece involved? That name.
Oh, that's not even what I'm talking about. Wait a minute. She's trans? Wait a what?
Oh, back chat. No. I don't know who that is though on YouTube.
Yeah,
they got the same name. I don't know who that is.
No. That's what you're saying. No, that's not who I'm talking about. It doesn't matter. It's just that person is a lady. You understand what I'm saying? So I get it. But then there's sometimes when I come across people and they don't even seem to be sure of what it is that they're doing.
That's going to happen.
And right. And that's what I realized tonight. I can't let that happening change what is the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that makes any sense.
Are you going to have that, like, in the West, you're going to have people who are of the trans identity who also, like, because they're born into a system that has not provided the language, even trans people are learning this too. Like, they're finally getting access to the language to help contextualize and conceptualize their experience. So you have a lot of, this is a learning thing for LGBT folk too. Like, that's why I'm here for the education, because the only reason I was able to get educated is because of these conversations that got started because of social media and listening to the language and listening to the metaphors and listening to just everything. So we're all learning for sure. Now, Hope Giselle, she's literally called to activism. She's called to teaching. So that's why she has a gift for being able to articulate, etc. She's one of those trans women who actually wants to educate. There are a lot of us queer folk who are too impatient and we don't got the time, baby. We ain't trying to help dominate class, do none of their homework. But Hope Giselle is here for that. But yes,
can I just say this right quick?
Yes.
Hope Giselle, I was in a situation with my job and I didn't know where to go. You know, I'm a trans woman. My job, they're discriminating on me. They end up firing me. And so I actually reached out to T.S. Madison first. And so I was messaging her. I didn't even know that she was going to respond, but she responded. She got me over to Hope. Hope got me in connection with some people. And let's just say I came out on top in that situation.
You know, I cannot.
Okay, so I came out on top. So what I want you guys to understand is use your research. If you're a trans person, if you're, having, these questions about your identity, and you feel like you're on the trans side, Hope Giselle and T.S. Madison, they were there for me. They helped me a lot. I give them a lot of credit. I need to brag on them. Those women right there, they are for us. You know, when it comes to that job situation, T.S. Madison, believe it or not, worked the job and she was fired. And so she was able to help me. But I want to say this. We aren't trying to take anything from biological women. When you hear people say, hey, sis, I don't see a difference, because whether if it has a CIS or a SIS, you're still saying sis. What's the problem? I'm not here to take your space. I know I don't have a womb. I know I can't physically have a baby, but I can contribute to having a baby. And that's a misconception right there. Oh, you want what I got. You can't even have a baby. I can contribute. I may not be able to push her out, but I can contribute. I'll yield the floor.
Okay. Serenity, welcome to the platform, love. Your thoughts on the topic at hand.
Thank you so much, Conscious, for having me and letting me come
Yes,
on
of
your
course.
platform. I am a transgender woman, and I have went through the change. I'm also married with my husband from Nigeria, and I also have a daughter. And we're in a family, and I'm just very scared when I hear these women talk like this, and when they say such these negative things, because I'm still a question of how I'm going.
And when you say women, are you talking about a Macy Gray or
like a Macy Gray, are women that try to dehumanize us by using their body parts, by saying, oh, I have a vagina, you can't do this, so I can't do that. Because just because I don't have a vagina, I don't push that does not stop me from being a mother, does not stop me from raising children. It does not stop me from being a wife. It doesn't stop me from being anything. So I'm at a point too where I'm just trying to figure out, how will I explain this to my daughter when she has to deal with ignorance, or people saying these things about me, who may clock me or who may
you
know what I'm saying, say those things about me when she's.
I think you're going in and out, Serenity.
So I really watch your platform, and I.
Can you hear me, Serenity? I think your audio is going in and out.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, it was going in and out as you were speaking. But
okay. Yes, I was just saying that I went through so much in my life that you can't take my womanhood from me, and I refuse to let you call me a man. I done been through too much, sis, for you to even look. I'll even navigate my life through as a man. So just like T.S. Madison say, I'm that girl next door with the husband and the child that you might not even knew that I was transgender. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, I have a question for you, Serenity. Like, since you are a trans woman yourself and you also have a child, how could your parents have better helped you on this journey? Have you seen any of the stuff that is going on around Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union and Zaya Wade? I know that the Black community pushes back a lot about how Gabrielle and Dwayne are assisting and affirming Zaya Wade.
Well,
what are your thoughts on?
Well, I love what they're doing. You're supposed to support your child. Love is just the key. You know, I love my child unconditionally. So if my child come to me and they tell me something, my job is to learn and try to understand, you know, and then proceed from there. Not to tell my child, oh, you can't do this or you can't do that, or that's not normal, this not normal. You know, because even with my own life, my father, when he found out, he disowned me. And I had my problems with my mother, but eventually, you know, she came out of her ignorance and her religious foolishness and she started learning. And, you know, me and her been the best of friends ever since then. And she supports me 100% now.
Serenity, do you realize how much of a you and Queen Tosa actually are like y'all have something that a lot of trans men and trans women don't in terms of marriage, in terms of children.
Right. And then they say, oh, well, homosexuality doesn't exist in Africa. I'm here to tell you that it does. It's there. They're there. They may be in secret or hiding, but they're there and they roam freely. You know, so I really understand when Black people try to say, oh, that doesn't exist. The only reason why it doesn't
they're not educated on nothing in no damn Africa. All they done seen is Black Panthers. All they done seen is the Marvel movie. All they know is damn Wakanda from Africa. They don't know about the damn language or history.
And even me, I was educated when I went there and I saw boys wearing dresses, you know, the little babies wearing the girl clothes and the girls wearing the boy clothes, and they don't look at gender like we look at gender. but you can still see the colonization when they talk and when they speak and stuff like that. And even when you go to their countries, you see how they'll have, like in my husband's village, which is Ibu, their god is considered a snake god, a serpent god. So when you go on TV, you have the pastor destroying their god, like their god is evil, and this is the god that you're supposed to follow. So me and my husband, we really engage into these conversations because they don't know about slavery.
Yeah.
They don't know about what we had went through as a people.
Right.
So I really try to educate him, and he educated me on Africa and how it was before the white men came and gave them their religion. So yeah, I am very blessed to have found the man that loves me and accepts me, and we're raising a daughter together, a beautiful daughter, and more children to come.
So let me ask you.
Oh,
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Queen.
Okay, so I can relate to what you're saying. This year will be 4 years that me and my husband has been married. We do have 3 beautiful children, and my oldest is actually self-identifying right now. She doesn't really care about the pronouns, but I let her be herself. She still wants to be her, but she looks like her father so much, and she wanted her haircut. And so I took her for a haircut, and I was like, what kind of haircut are you going to get? So she looked up one. She said, I want this. I said, okay, cool. So she got her hair all shaved off into a guy's hairstyle. And what I told her is, if anybody has something to say, and that's even your mother, if anybody has something to say about this haircut, you tell them to come and talk to me. Because what I didn't have was somebody to stand up for me that let me walk into my truth. I know how it feels to suppress those feelings of I'm different. What do I do? And in my household, it was, oh, we're taking you to the church. We're about to pray for you. Oh, that ain't you. And I lived my life for my parents and for my family for a certain time. But when I say it hurted me, and I don't think anybody can really understand this hurt, you're being forced to do something that is not of you.
I agree.
You get what I'm saying? And so I'm so glad and I'm so thankful, Sister Serenity, that you found yourself, you found love, you have your family, and now we can live that beautiful life like we always dreamed. That wedding, our prince, our Prince Charming. I want to take anything back from my husband, because out of anybody, I can say this right now. If I was to depend on my mom and them, like my family and them, I couldn't. I can depend on my man. He's got my back. I don't feel like I have to settle for less, because I have the greatness right here. But I'll yield the floor, but I just have to jump in on that. We do have children, and we're not in jail. I don't pick up the belt. I put the belt up 2 years ago. We have conversations. You don't do something that you're supposed to do, baby, I'm taking away that tablet, that laptop, that phone. That's how we discipline. But we run a tight shift over here.
Yes. But my daughter, she's just 1 right now. And motherhood is very hard for me. I'm still trying to learn. But there's one thing too, Conscious, like for my husband's side of the family, they can't know that I'm trans. They don't know that I'm trans.
I was going to ask you about that since you said
yes. Their side of the family don't know that I'm trans.
Wow. So how do you feel? Are you okay with that?
I'm perfectly okay with that. It kind of hurts a little bit because I can't, advocate or really get into the trenches of fighting for my sisters that may not be able to share.
Fully yourself around these people. Yeah.
Right. But I also understand the culture and the people, because they have been so colonized that they will kill you.
Now, are you in Africa or are you in the U.S.?
You can see my picture. I was in Africa when I went to Africa and got married. I'm in the U.S. right now. My husband is on his way here. Yeah, but I got married in Nigeria.
Okay, but y'all live in the U.S.
No, he's in Nigeria now. I'm in the U.S., but he's on his way here.
And are y'all going to be living here, or y'all?
We're going to be living
permanent or residence at?
Well, I'm in Houston, Texas right now. I'm getting the hell out of Texas because they doing the most, so I got to get up out of here. But I'm when my husband gets here, I plan on moving somewhere else, maybe Atlanta or.
Okay, so y'all will be in the U.S. when he gets
here. Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Well, I'm on the download too. My family, my husband's family, they don't know about me. They're, he's white, so his people, they don't know about me.
But I did argue with my husband about that, and he just brought me back to reality and say, babe, it's not their opinion. I don't care how they feel. I love you, and that's all that matters.
If he doesn't care, so what keeps y'all from then, I guess, showing up fully and just dealing with the
because of the culture. And
mine is because of life insurance policy.
No, but I'm just saying you're in Nigeria, so ain't no such thing as no American over there, and you have rights and all this type of stuff like that. You're in a village area, so they will kill you. And the embassy, remember, you're black. They're not coming for you. You don't have melanated skin, so they're not going to come looking for you.
So literally, your identity can lead to death. So now. And see, and that's important because people think that this is a game. Like people oftentimes look at queer people in the U.S. Social construct, and when we talk about Jamaica and the Caribbeans, and we talk about Africa, and talk about these places that have severe homophobia and transphobia in legislation, and anti-queer legislation, where literally identifying and showing up as who you are could literally be your head. Like that's extreme. But now that you guys are going to be in the U.S., have y'all planned on pushing the envelope since y'all will be away from the culture in that way?
Yes. Let me answer Lady T's question. She said Nigerian police stay out of family matters. Yes, they do. When you say you're a woman, usually when they look at you as a female, then of course they're not going to get in your business. It's going to be the husband and wife have to handle the business. Even if your husband beats you, your mother-in-law would say, "Go work it out with your husband." But if you are a man impersonating a woman, or they feel that way about you, they will take you out and kill you. And then they can kill they can kill his whole family. Because that's how the white man has conditioned them with that Bible to hate on something that was already in their culture.
Come on. No, you good.
Go ahead.
You can ask me a question. Go ahead.
Oh no, I wanted to address somebody, but
okay.
But this is good right now. So yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Now, what was your asking before I had to read that? You were going to ask me a question.
Who, me? Oh no, I wanted to.
No, I'm talking about Conscious. He was going to ask me a question before I said let me.
Okay, so you did say that when he gets in the U.S. and everything, that I guess y'all will be taking that next step to show up fully and kind of let the family, I guess, deal how they will with.
Well,
or y'all are gonna.
Maybe with my family it will be okay, but maybe we would have to slowly work his family into it because their religious stuff is crazy. So you have to slowly try to work them into it. I don't think it'll be a process that will happen overnight.
Did y'all leave Nigeria for those reasons to come to the U.S.? Or
no. I'm an American citizen. I'm from Washington D.C. But yes, I met my husband when I was on a trip to Dubai, and when I met him, he didn't know what I was. So I was kind of I was kind of scared to tell him because I liked where we were going. So one day we were just on the phone and I was like, I'm transgender. And he was like, what is that? And I said, go look it up and then come back and tell me. So what I was saying was that if you still want to be with me when you look that up, then call me back. If you don't, then I'll leave it at that. And he called me back and he asked me to explain to him, and I explained. And he asked me, was I having the surgery? And I said, yes. And then we just continued to date from there. And then he asked me to marry him. And then I went to Nigeria and it went from there.
Okay, so because that was actually going to be my question, is how did you have that conversation with him? And so that's really fascinating. Okay, so now I'm going to ask you some other questions. If they are too personal, just tell me to mind my motherfucking business, okay?
It's okay. I mean, you educate enough. I think you can see another perspective.
Mind your business, bitch.
Okay. So I was going to ask you, so when the conversation around, and I want to ask Queen Tosa the same thing, when and I don't even know if, well, I'm gonna ask Queen Tosa too, but when the conversation around the surgery came up and you told him, I plan on having it, what was his experience of your body prior to the surgery? Was he able to embrace you fully even before the surgery, or like did he ever, and was the surgery an issue for him? Like did he ever say, if you don't have this surgery then I can't, or what? Like, can you talk to us a little bit about that?
I didn't. Oh God, I don't. Oh, that's personal. But let me answer it. Before my surgery, I didn't want.
Oh, I think your audio going out again, boo.
Like I didn't want to engage with him sexually before my surgery.
Okay, you didn't want to. Okay. Is there a reason why you didn't want to? Like, are you just weren't comfortable? Or did you feel like he would have a reaction that would be hurtful if y'all tried to engage?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Say that again. Say that again, Conscious. You were going in and out.
Okay. No. So I was asking. So you chose not to pursue intimacy, just out of your own preference before.
Yes.
So you had the surgery
because I wanted my husband to meet. I mean, how should I say? I wanted him to get to know the new me, the woman, not to know me as that part. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I really didn't want him to experience that part. When he laid down with me, I wanted him to see nothing but a woman. Period. Right.
Okay. Last question before I ask Queen Tosa as well. What do you think about women like Flame Monroe? Like, I don't know if this was your first experience with Flame Monroe.
I know Flame Monroe. I knew her. I met Flame Monroe when I was 16, 17 years old. And she used to come and perform at this club called Uptown Downtown in Rascals. They always consider her as the ugly duckling. They always said she looked like a man. We never saw her as a trans woman. She was always a man in a dress that liked women. I always consider her what they would call one of those transvestites. They like to have sex in women aesthetics. Does that make sense? So that's what I've always saw her as. And I hate when she say transgender women, because you are not a transgender woman. We don't take this off and put it back on. This is our lives 24 hours a day. We are mothers, we are wives, we are sisters. We are all those things that I navigate this world through as a woman. So I just don't really understand women when they try to have ownership of something or try to use their body parts to try to dehumanize me. And I look at that as being sad, because I'm like, shouldn't you be more than a vagina and fallopian tubes and a period? Because I am. and I don't even have it. But I'm more than that. I'm more than my organs.
Yeah. So
Like, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that I've been hearing lately, like even as much as Flame tries to act like she's above, and she don't give a damn, and she don't adhere to pressure from the LGBT community, but at the same time, over the past year, I've been hearing her use the term trans a lot more because she used to, allow flippant pronouns to be said, and she would constantly identify as a female impersonator. And even in this interview with Macy Gray, she like swapped between trans and woman impersonator. And I was like, baby, you do have to pick a side. These are different existences.
And can I say this about, not to cut you off, but can I say this about Flame Monroe?
Yes.
And jealous of the pretty.
Your audio is going out again, Serenity.
Ugly duckling.
Can you hear me, Serenity?
Oh.
Serenity, are you there?
I think she was reading.
Her audio is going in and out. I don't know if she can hear me or not.
Serenity, get close to your box.
Okay, are we gonna give Serenity time to get her? If you can hear me, Serenity, we can't hear you at all. It says.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Flame Monroe, she was always the ugly. She was never. Oh gosh, she liked to sleep with lesbians. That was her thing. She liked the lesbians, and she liked to have babies with lesbians. That's what we knew her as. And I just find it funny how she went on all these what would you call that radio show with Charlemagne, the fraud, not the god, the fraud,
the Breakfast Club.
And she's always talked down on trans women with the surgeries because she could never be one. She could never be that type of girl. So she talks down on those type of women. That's why she's such an ill will towards the community. Because if you take off all that hair and that makeup, you'll see that man underneath there.
Oh, you can see it now.
And to Flame's point, she embraces the he, which is why I'm confused about why she also is identifying as a trans woman. Because
and this is why I get angry with society, because they all lump us up in one. All of one of us are different. We're all not the same. We have different experiences. So you can't compare one transgender woman or another transgender woman to my experience, because it's mine and mine alone. You understand what I'm saying? So she only can speak for her. She can't speak for everybody. Like that thing she was on TV talking about, oh, it don't get wet. Yes, it do, ma'am. It gets wet. Yes, it does. It gets very wet, and it functions like it's supposed, like a biological vagina is supposed to function. It just can't spit out babies and bleed, and a lot of women can't do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So some pushback, Serenity. Okay. You just said that underneath Flame's glamour and wig that you can see the man. So how do you feel about the people who use that as a way to invalidate even trans women's existence, especially for those women who can't get the surgeries, they can't get the gender reassignment surgeries, they can't afford the cosmetic surgeries and the facial feminization surgeries, who have issues passing or who don't even want to pass, but yet, live in a society that's very visual and that attacks trans women's identity because of their biological makeup. Do you think that it's fair for trans women to for trans women to show up as trans, but then to also use what can be argued the same misogynistic insults against other trans women, because the dominant society loves to do that as well?
Right. That's not fair. And I'll give you a prime example. I was with another trans girl, which is one of my friends, and she's not passable like me. So we was in the bathroom one time, and I was in a stall, and she was in the mirror, and the woman came in. She was screaming, "It's a man in the bathroom! It's a man! It's a man!" So I politely got off the commode, and I was like, "Well, girl, what is it? If you're in your stall and minding your business, why are you concerned about what they're doing?" You know, and then she went to screaming man and fags, you know, to bring all the attention. You know what I'm saying? You know how some women do when they start yelling and screaming, "Oh, it's a man," so they can get the other men involved and get the mob together to attack. So
I know.
Yeah, so
She created an entire scene over
right,
being
right. And
Well, if you want to be honest, they learned that from white women.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And then the man tried to attack her, and I had to defend her. You know, my sisters that can pass, they're still women, and they should be respected as such.
But Flame is putting them in harm's way, sis.
Right. Yes, she is. Yes, she is, by spewing that type of rhetoric that comes out of her mouth. Yes, she is. Yes, she is.
Yeah, she's putting them in danger.
But like they say, she is the Candace Owens of the community. I wouldn't say Clarence Thomas, because Clarence Thomas, he's a little bit more educated than her. I wouldn't give her that much respect.
Ooh.
She's another Candace Owens. Very, very dumb, don't want to learn. And she's right, she's stuck on that because she still think like a man. This is the difference that a lot of women don't understand, that once you start transitioning, you have to go to counseling. And you have to go to counseling for 2 years. And these people direct you in what it's going to, being a woman, what you're going to have to deal with, the things that you're going to have to face. And just because you have a surgery, the hate don't stop. It's consistently there. So these people are training you to deal with this and to put your mindsets into being a woman. Flame Monroe have women synthetics, but still have a man brain. She still thinks like a man. She still chases vagina, and I'm not trying to talk bad about her. I don't want to.
Listen, I'm going to talk bad.
I don't want to knock her transition, but she's not a transgender woman. She is a man that dresses in women clothing that like women.
I'm gonna let trans women drag other trans women at their own discretion. I'm gonna stay out of it, honey. I'm gonna let y'all cheer her up if y'all need to cheer her up.
My turn. Okay, Flame. Okay. This is what I have to say to you if you are watching this. You are a disservice. You don't represent my community, mister, because I've come a long ways. I've come a long ways in my transition, and he has died a long time ago. And I feel like with the therapy and my enhancements, it has gotten me a little bit better in my transition. I'm not saying that I'm A1 out here, but I do my damn best. I'm a wife. I'm a mother. I'm someone's daughter. My transition is not a game. My transition is not a joke. This is how I feel. And I feel like what you're doing, please go and talk to somebody, because you're going to get somebody hurt. You remind me of a DL guy. Cool with it 1 minute, and during the daytime, he don't know nothing about it. So maybe you need to go figure yourself out. And if you're willing to transition back over, I would say hats off and congratulations, you did the right thing. And that's all I have. I love you, and I love us for real.
Okay, what else I have to say this? Well, did the Bible say that God wasn't with confusion? So what's the she, he, we thing is? Because this sounds like a lot of confusion to me.
Confusion.
since they like to use biblical terms, God said about the confusion.
That's why I said she reminds me of a DL guy or a DL person. They fake, they phony, and they can't tell the lie. God came down here and stood in front of them and asked them.
But this is why they call on her and they pick her, because she's the clown of the community. She panders to what straight people would like to call us, what they would like for us to be. You know what I'm saying? That's why they call on her. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't call on no one like Hope or no intelligent trans woman. They only call on the fuckery and the foolery, and that's Flame Monroe.
Well, I'm gonna give her a position today. If anybody's looking to humiliate and degrade and trample, hit Flame up because she's all for it. She wants to get humiliated. She's all for it. Hit her up. Say, hey, we ready for the humiliation party. And when she has it, I want y'all to tear her ass up and tell her she's not a part of this community and she needs to go to the community where she needs to be.
But
she's not a woman.
Right. But Conscious, I will say this. I do fight with my husband from time to time because right now, if he called me on this live, he'll be very angry because he was like, I don't want you to get involved with that. You are my wife now. You are a woman now. That doesn't concern you. And I'd be like, well, it does concern me because when they pass these laws or they say these things, that will affect me as well. Exactly. So I can't keep quiet and be silent. I have to speak up. And not only that, before my daughter, I don't want no woman coming to her and drilling this nonsense into her head. You know, this I would say fuckery that these women sometimes say. So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I have a few questions. Is it okay if I ask a few questions?
Yeah,
yes,
that's fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Hi, everyone.
Hey.
I have a few questions, and I'm going to frame them properly. I do want to talk about children, since that's the last thing you said, and I've been holding on to these questions for a while. And thank you both for being up here because I've never encountered, at least to my knowledge, a trans woman with children. So I think it was Serenity. Did you say that you're married, but your husband's family don't know?
Yes, ma'am.
How does, I want to say this right, wouldn't that be, is that not problematic for you?
It's not problematic for me because I show up as a woman. I present myself as a woman. So why would they look at me any differently? You know,
I don't mean that way.
No, that's what I'm explaining to you. It's not problematic for me because that's how they see me, and I would prefer for them to see me that way. And I'm sure later on down the line.
Serenity, your audio is going in and out.
You know, once we get them to America, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you now.
Yes. Can y'all hear me now? Oh,
yes. Yes, we can hear you now. Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, Verizon. We can.
Yes. Can you hear us, love? Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear me, Serenity? I think she having connection issues again.
Well, until she comes back, can I ask?
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Can y'all hear me? Yes, I can hear you guys now.
Hey, listen, Serenity, stay right there. Do not move.
Okay. I'll try not to. I'm not moving. I don't know. Is there something wrong with my internet tonight? It's not acting right. But I'm sorry, ma'am. Let me.
You're talking to your microphone, Serenity. You sound far away, boo.
Okay. So so it's not problematic for me because that's how I show up. And I wouldn't want them to look at me either other way. And I'm sure maybe once we get some of the family to America, then we may tell them, we may talk to them about it. You know, it'd be like a family discussion where we might can bring it up. So I'm not sure. We haven't got to that point yet.
The only reason I asked is because I heard you when you said and I may be mixing up your story with Tulsa, so correct me if I'm wrong. I heard you say that he doesn't want you to be involved in certain things and this, that, and the third, which was going to bring me to my next question.
That would be me.
Okay. Sorry about that. And so do the kids know? Because I know you said the family doesn't know, but do the children know?
My daughter, she's just 1 year old, and she referred to me as mommy, and she refers to him as daddy, and she does not know.
Oh, this is your baby. I'm sorry. So that must have been Tulsa who has the husband had the children prior to, right? So this
Oh,
is
yeah,
your baby.
that was Tulsa. Yeah.
Okay. So the congratulations on being a new mom. So I guess my follow-up question is, do you plan on having that conversation with your daughter?
Yeah. She said she did earlier in the conversation and said that she was thinking about how to explain
Yes,
things.
I was. Yeah, with all the hatred in the world, I'm still trying to figure out how do I explain that to her, or if I even choose to explain that to her. I'm trying to see, will it hurt her knowing, or will it hurt her not knowing? I mean, I don't know. If she just see me as mommy and she see him as father, then why not just let her see us as that?
Well, here's the beautiful thing, Serenity. If you she's a young person, so you have better chance of inducing her like with that love and that acceptance younger than older. So before she
Yeah,
even
and
hears from the rest of the world, it'd
mhm.
be important for her to hear about this definitely from you, and the cultivation of, I guess, that normalcy of individuals like trans women, trans men, queer folk. The sooner that education starts, the better kids are at being able to adjust and keep an open mind and, a loving nature about humanity in general.
Yes, and I agree with that, but I'm just saying, like, I would educate her about the community and what to expect. Just for me and my husband, I would just like to remain her knowing us as mother and father.
Hmm.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
my last
I
question.
wasn't laughing at that. I was laughing at RB's question or his statement.
Okay, go ahead.
E-
Sorry.
E-
Oh, E, did you have a question for Goddess?
Well, I guess those questions could go over to you, but I want to because I just lost my damn question. Sorry.
So
Um,
was that a yes or no? Yeah.
not yet.
Okay.
But I adore you though. Give me
Thank you so
one
much. And
second.
listen, I'm glad that you're vulnerable, and I'm glad that you took the initiative to come up and say, "Hey, I don't know something. I don't want to assume something. So let me have a conversation." And I believe that's what me and the panel are promoting is just the engagement, the conversation, because it's been a divide with trans women and Black women, and so I'm here to say I don't want to take anything away from you. I admire how your body works. I admire you being who you are. I just rediscovered myself years later of who I was. And so I found my space, and I just want to know, are you willing to share your space? I'm a woman. I'm not trying to take anything away from you, but are you willing to share the space and create this women empowerment together?
Well, I see
Um,
mine
for-
different.
so I will answer that from my perspective. Anytime I come up, I always say I speak for me. Um, and then I do have a follow-up question for you. So in regards to sharing space, I don't mind sharing space. I am not that type of female to where um, I mean, how can I say this? I'm open-minded to a lot of things, and I am not. I don't feel like I'm being replaced or anything like that. I understand what it is, and I respect everyone's position. So yes, we can definitely share space. That's not a problem.
Thank
But
you.
I do have a follow-up question, if I may. If I have answered your question specifically, because I know that was kind of rambled, but is that acceptable to you? That yes, I'm willing to share space.
Okay, so I guess would you be willing to be an ally and educate yourself and show up uh to stay educated, just keep up the education. And I know this is my thing. I'm not really, my pronouns are she, her, and hers. I don't mind you calling me she. I mean, anything else, I mean, I'm a woman, so all that doesn't really bother me. I'm just a woman. So as long as you're not misgendering me, we're cool, you know. And
I wouldn't do that.
listen, my thing is, I want to say, I want to give you your roses and every Black woman that's on this live. My mother is a Black woman. I love my mother. She birthed me. What you ladies do is amazing. Your bodies, your heart, your strength, your love. A mother's love is everything. So first of all, I want to just tilt my hat if you're a mother.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And kudos to you because I know you are a mom as well. I do want to ask my question before I lose it, and much respect to you all for answering. I was on a Facebook post 2 days ago. I believe that's when the Blame Monroe topic dropped, and there were these trans women on there who said it was this big debate back and forth over what trans was, and there were a few trans women who said in order to be trans, you have to be HRT or you have to get surgery. And there were other trans women who were saying, no, that's not true. And so there was this big discussion over what trans was. And so I would love to get your thoughts on that because I think, and if I'm not mistaken, it's come up on this panel, on this particular channel before. I could have sworn I heard One Love even say one time a lot of feminine gay men. Oh, I don't know if I want to say that. I don't want to put words in her mouth.
No, listen, this is say it like you mean it. How you do it?
Because it's
No,
so.
she's saying it because she know how One Love is.
But, you know, I could have sworn I heard someone say that a lot of people label some feminine gay men who wear wigs and makeup and things like that who are androgynous as trans, and they're not. And so because there's this big debate about what trans is and what that means, and even when I heard Serenity and she was speaking about blame and blame being I don't want to say that. But I mean, what does that mean to you all? I mean, is trans meaning you have to take HRT? Does that mean you have to have surgery? Like, what does that mean?
Can I answer
Okay,
this?
go ahead, sis, and then I'll jump in there.
I was in my social worker class, and I kept referring to myself as trans this, and this is before I had the surgery. And so the lady that was teaching my class, she said, "Why do you keep calling yourself a transgender?" I say, "Because that's the thing to call. I'm a transgender woman." She said, "Why don't you just say woman? Because when you use transgender woman, you tend to divide us as a community instead of just saying we are all one, we are woman." And let me not lose my thought. You was asking, and then plus for women now, the women that have I had this come up too in a doctor's visit one time because I asked her to refer to me as a woman and she just said gender. And I got very angry. Now I will say this, all trans women don't want the surgery, but that does not take away from their womanhood because they don't want the surgery. They're still women. On the other hand, the girls that have the surgery, oh, am I saying this right?
Yes. The girls that have the SRS.
Right, the girls that have the SRS, I'm a woman. And when they try to say, well, but you're still a man, I say, okay, well, can I go to a man's prison with this vagina? Can I walk into a man's bathroom with this vagina? So I don't know which one are they trying to use. It's just the difference because a transgender woman, they can go to a male's prison. They still do that to them. So I'm kind of switched with that. But at the end of the day, I still think that we don't need to separate ourselves. We're just women at the end of the day. We just fall on the different spectrums. And I really don't even like to identify with the LGBTQIA+ because of the racism that they hinder to. And also that the white queer folks, they don't really care about Black people. They only use us when it's time to push an agenda. That's basically it. So when I hear Black people say, well, you got the white people backing you up. You got the white, no. They don't care about us. Not one bit.
At all.
So I hope that answers your question, or Tulsa might can add a little bit more to that.
I would love to hear from Tulsa.
Right, and this goddess, I think y'all need to get. Okay, listen, I worked damn hard for this
goddess.
Nobody's taking it.
I'm feeling that goddess energy.
But goddess,
I'm loving it.
Yes,
but goddess, I will say this. As a trans woman, why do we have to uplift women to tear ourselves down? I never understood that. When I hear trans women say, oh my God, you're so beautiful and you can have babies and you can do all these things. And okay, girl, I'm a woman too. I might can't do all these things that you can do, but I can do some of them. It doesn't take away from my womanhood. I'm not going to uplift you to tear me down because you're not going to do that for me. At the end of the day, they're gonna still call us fags and punks and you're a man and you're this and that. I just don't believe in that. I just feel like we should just be uplifting each other as women, period. Not just saying, oh, you're this and you're that. Like, it makes me feel like I'm beneath you when they say stuff like that. Does that make sense, Conscious?
Yes, it does. And Reckless had just sent me, I think, somewhere in the conversation we was speaking about identifying as a woman, and I want to play this. Gay Magazine posted it on their Instagram page. It's captioned, Hope Giselle answers argument, if you're a woman, why do you put trans before it? So I'm going to listen to her response to this really quick.
Because again, you identify as a woman, so I see you as a woman, that's it. Yeah. So is it important to even have, trans in front? Like, is it?
Unfortunately, right now, sis, yes. And the only reason I yes is because if not, we get killed.
Okay.
A lot of the time, people are saying like, "Oh, well, if you're a woman, then why do you need to say trans?" I don't.
You don't, right?
But I do, because if I don't, you'll kill me. It's the same thing that white folks do. Let's be very fucking clear here. The step up that, and this is why when people be like, "Oh, don't equate the struggles," but it's the same thing, and y'all use the same fucking indoctrination. It's the same, the same way that white people set you up, that sundown town bullshit, where they already knew that you had to go 60 miles from the juke joint, but by the time you got 50 miles down the road, your ass was gonna be pulled over and lynched. They knew the system. It was a setup for you to fail, because they know the juke joint closes at 7. They know that
utilizing the word, like you said it before.
Okay.
Well, Conscious,
So, can I say something real quick?
Hold on for a minute. Let me play the second part real quick.
Don't say nothing so that then they can say you didn't disclose, you didn't tell me, and that's why I killed you. They want plausible deniability to be able to say that the girls are not disclosing because they can't say it no more. Because now the news articles are not leaving out the details anymore. Now, if you notice, when the girls get killed, the news articles are saying her boyfriend,
right,
her partner of 6 months,
right,
a person that she met on an app for dating. They're posting the conversation, so you can't say he didn't know anymore. And so now the new thing is, I'm going to trick you by thinking that I understand and that I'm with you, by saying, don't say trans. If you're a woman, just say you're a woman, because you want me to feel emboldened to say that so that you have a reason to harm me. So right now, as much as I agree with you, if I am a woman, then I'm a woman, and that's it. I can't be that, because being that makes me unsafe. Being that puts me in a position where he can kill me and she can agree with it.
There it is. But that was fantabulous. Yes, Queen told us.
Trans is like our ID card. It's like we have it. I have a driver's license, but then I have a verbal ID card. I'm a trans woman, because the first time you say, "Oh, I'm a woman," then you're going to get backlash, and then you got people saying, "Oh, you're trying to trick these men." But let me just tell you like this: the men that seek us, baby, we don't even be seeking them out. Girl, they come and find us. They come and find us. I wanted to say this because my godfather, he's from Lagos, Nigeria. And growing up, before I felt that love and that acceptance, he loved me, but it was like, I was young. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, I'm gonna answer your question, E. So me, I'm gonna speak about my transition. Growing up, of course, a boy, and you experience different things. La la la. You find that out in my book, but at a certain point, you're like, that you're different. I knew I was different from a younger age, like in kindergarten. There was an experience. We'll just say that I knew that I was that. My parents, they didn't understand it. Like I remember my mom calling my dad and him taking me on a ride and giving me a talk while I'm young. And so as I got older, I had got into a relationship with this guy. And I told him that I had a twin sister. And so when my mom was home, my brother was home. And when my mom was gone, my sister was there. And so I dated him for a while. But as I grew older, I found out about hormones. I found out about, being trans. And ballroom really taught me a lot. They showed me a lot of love. This was in Atlanta. The ballroom scene was really my education. And I really wouldn't say it was mine because my best friend, she was in ballroom and she just gave me the information. But there's levels to this. I've been where conscious is, at a point in my life in my younger days, a gay guy wearing hair, and then, I wouldn't say I was gay first, and then it was like, no, this doesn't feel right. Like, I know I'm
That's what
supposed
we
to
call it
be.
a transition because
Yeah,
you're going
it's
through
a
those
transition.
phases.
So, yeah. And so when you say trans woman, I acknowledge my transition from the start to where I am now because I learned a lot and I'm appreciative of it. And like I said, I know I can't physically have no baby out my stomach, but I can partake. I don't want the women to feel like we're out here just mad at them and just want to be into a fight with them and oh, I look better than you and oh this and oh that. No, my sister, I want to love on you. I want to appreciate you. I want to give you affirmations. I want us to play together. I want us to you come on and let's share each other business. Let's shop with each other. United, divided, we fall.
I appreciate that. And I agree with that 10,000%. And I think that you answered it perfectly because when you say there are levels to this, that's the same type of thing I was thinking. And I'm trying to be clear about what that level is. And also when you mentioned the transition part, that was part of the question that I asked to Serenity as far as it being problematic, because it almost, and this, I'm not saying this is her experience. I'm saying this is the way that when I heard it, that was the thought that came to my mind, is that when you don't acknowledge that part of yourself, are you
Disregarding the fact of your
yes, because you're not acknowledging your full self. So it's not about what anybody else thinks. It's about, you know, your experience and because I'm a big believer in coming forward, and 100 always means 100, and it's not that you have to tell everybody, but the fact that oh, I guess under the radar, it's just something that I wondered. But when you say that there are levels to this, are you in agreement that there are certain steps that you must take in order to be a trans woman? I mean, I, do, does the transition mean medically?
well, I think I believe I'm following you correctly. Okay, so there's a step before taking the hormones, and for Serenity, there was a step for her to go and speak to someone before she made the big change that she's made.
Well, no, that's not me. I've always been a woman, so it was the only reason that I went for help was because now I was venturing into the surgery parts, and I wanted to be educated on what I was doing and what I was getting ready to partake in. Um, I will. I'm very I'm in my authentic self. I show up in my authentic self as a woman. I'm allowing you to see my spirit in the inside, that's in the inside of me that shows on the outside. That's what I'm allowing you to see. So this has always been who I am as a person. So I just don't want to be put in a position that I have to argue my womanhood with any other woman. You have your experiences and I have mine. Some we share, some we don't. But I'm not just to get on and just be debating with no woman about my womanhood. And that's just me. I don't feel that it's an argument. I mean, I was always this way. Even though my mom tried to take me to the church and suppress it, and my family tried to do all things, it was just who I was.
So I wonder, what do cisgendered women who talk about womanhood think about the cisgendered women who were tomboys growing up and did not have the expected womanhood that they probably imagined in their mind that they had? Because once again, women like Tonda, etc., speak monolithic. There's no one single female who identifies as woman who's having a monolithic experience of any kind of womanhood, even if they live in the same household. They're having their own unique experience based upon their own personality type, based upon their own beliefs, based upon their interests, based upon all of the things that make them unique. So what in the hell do like cis women who use the argument and speak monolithically like, oh, we're a man's and only a cis woman? Okay, do you realize that there are cis women who are masculine? There are cis women who are tomboys. There are cis women who are athletes and do not participate in beauty and cosmetics and do not and aren't. And there are cis women who are same gender loving. There are cis women who are who don't even date men. Like they don't even like. There's all of that nuance there. Like, so what does that mean? There are cis women who don't menstruate. There are cis women who don't have periods. There are cis women whose bodies don't develop the same way. So like, what in the hell? Like, and this is what I mean by every time cis women go with this whole a trans woman cannot relate to my womanhood. Is your womanhood is not even relatable to other cis women. Cis, like, shut like it's okay. Yes, guys.
Your question.
Miss Down South says, I honestly have trans friends who I love and will fight for, but they do not allow their feelings of feminine declare my reality. They allow me to say he, him, or her. I don't argue with what's natural. But see, that's the thing. That's your friends. Don't you come over here talking about some he and him. Because listen here, I'm going to cuss your ass out. And see, that's going to be the part where you're going to say, oh, that did, you know, you're gonna pull that card. And so that's where we get women. That's where the problem starts. So, ma'am, I'm telling you right now, don't come your ass over here talking about he and him. Those are not my pronouns. I have children. I'm a mother. I'm a wife. And for those that are out there saying that I'm hiding it from my in-laws, baby, I've been on trips with my in-laws. Ain't nothing stopping the girl. Now,
okay. Get it, goddess.
And but one, wait. Let me say this. And if she is, who gives a flying fuck? That's the problem. It's none of your business. I don't give a fuck if it's your goddamn parent. It's none of their motherfucking business. I don't give a fuck if it's their cousin. It's none of your goddamn. I don't give a fuck if I'm your friend, bitch. You're not putting my dick or pussy in your mouth.
Amen.
It doesn't fucking matter. Like, that's the shit that's fucking aggravating, you stupid, ignorant bitches. Like, I don't understand that shit. That shit is fucking crazy. That you think that you have enough authority to get answers from somebody that you're not sleeping with or marrying.
Well, listen here. You know what? I gotta say,
sit up here and wonder why your kids don't tell you nothing, since you can't have a womb and push out children.
Conscious, can I do it? Can I get a little free promo for my birthday, July 5th?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just say this. If y'all really want to see what's going on, I got an OnlyFans at Deja the Doll. So DejaTheDoll. Y'all can really see what's going on. Y'all can see what's going on with the doll.
Get it, goddess, get it. I gotta give you some snaps on that.
I don't think my husband will be watching that channel. But
Listen, y'all both can watch it. Watch it together.
No. But I will say this, Conscious, on the disclosing part. Now, when I was in that transition phase before I got my surgery, yes, I did disclose, but I don't do that now. And I unfortunately had a drag mother that taught me the ropes, like to not deal with those type of certain boys, that the trades, the thugs, the hoodlums, and try to be in relationships and chasing those type of boys that can get you killed. So I was able to have someone actually teach me what love is, how to date, how to maneuver through this, what to look for, what not to look for. You feel what I'm saying? So I just never had that problem. And I feel like if I have a vagina, why should I be having to go into a whole conversation with a man about, oh, well, you know, I used to be a man. All he doing is coming to screw me. He ain't worried about that. Now, if I had the other part, then yes, I would have to disclose it because he's expecting something that I don't have. And most of the time, these men, they know the deal anyway.
The truth won't get you, girl. Shut the fuck.
So here's the thing about the here's the thing about the whole
girl, the truth. Girl,
so people never ask the question to trans women, or the trans men for that matter, for those who be doubling down on the transphobia when it comes to trans women who are who haven't had the surgery. And they're like, well, how can you not have the surgery? Like,
you still hurt because it still hurt.
That's actually what I came up here for.
Well, you know, I'm sorry. Because they don't realize that if a trans person is able to identify themselves prior to even coming out, prior to disclosing, prior to even having any surgery, prior to even showing up, then it means that they're already in touch and aware with a truth, irregardless of the body they're in, irregardless of all of that on some psychic level, their self-awareness of themselves is already intact. Now it's just a matter of rather that trans person is comfortable with just that alone. And there are trans women and men who are comfortable with what they know and have a conviction about in a spirit, and they don't need to represent that in their gender expression, etc. There are trans women who still show up aesthetically as male. They still, where you would see visually male, and they identify as trans woman because it's not even predicated upon all of that. Just like you have cisgendered women who dress in male clothing and still identify as woman. You have cisgendered women. Once again, I always refer to those masculine presenting cisgender women who are in boy shorts, who are in gym shorts and a tank top, or Timbs and Jordans, and show up in male aesthetics and yet still identify as woman. Trans women are having that same experience where their womanhood, their sense of woman does not have to be represented in any conventional way. But I think that this society has gotten so used to trans women assimilating that it makes them even more confused about the trans women who don't assimilate, but they never think about how there are cis women who also don't assimilate to the conventional expectations of women in this society as well. But Ari, Perk, welcome to the platform, love. I want to let Perk get in here, and then Ari. Perk, welcome to the platform, darling. Your thoughts?
Hey Boo, I wanted to answer your question first off. When we asked
Mhm.
what do these women that do that to the trans women do
Mhm.
to us natural women that choose not to fit the mold, they do
Mhm.
the exact same thing. Because it's never about us or the trans women, it's about their insecurities. And they're
Mhm.
trying to make us, in order for them to feel greater, they have to make somebody feel less than. And it's really a them problem, but they like to project their mess onto other folks because it's easier to project your mess onto somebody else than to deal with your own crap. So that's what they do. So
Mhm.
even if it wasn't a trans woman, if you're fat and you don't fit their image, you'll get the same response. If you're a tomboy and you don't fit their image, you're going to get the same response. Because anybody that they consider that could be possible competition is the issue. And they don't care what form it shows up in, they're going to have the same venom and vitriol for all of it.
Yes. I agree with that. Ari and then Shay.
Hey, Conscious, how you doing? How
I am
everybody?
wonderful. Hey.
Is tell trans women, well, take the trans
Oh
off. Don't
shit,
say
hold
that
on, let
so
me
that
take this off. I'm sorry. Okay.
And Purple Rain, thank you for coming up. That was a great engagement. We appreciate you.
So, I am a trans woman as well. I be calling while I'm at work a lot of the time, so that's
Mhm.
why like I'll be coming up and dropping down sometimes, like when I be coming for other conversations.
Okay.
But I always be
Yeah.
listening. I'll be
Yes.
listening. But I was pretty much just calling because like to answer the question where they were saying like, do trans women have to go through certain things to be considered trans women? When I wouldn't say that we do, because just like Serenity said earlier, she's always been a woman, right? So like it's like you don't really have to do anything to necessarily be that. Like it's like you said, I believe that it's more so of an identity. Like it's more so something that you identify as and you embody as well. It's also an embodiment, but it's who you are. It's a part of who you are. Just like how women feel like you can't define this, you can't, cis women.
Yes. Can you hear us, Ari? Can you hear me, love? Oh, I think she got. Well, Shay got disconnected. Ari, can you hear me? I think Ari might have some. I think she said she's at work, so that may
I
be
think there
why.
was a misunderstanding when I was giving my point of view. Um, I've always felt trans, but to go through the transition, there are steps to take.
Yeah, I'm sorry, honey. I don't know what's going on with this Wi-Fi again at work. I'm sorry, but like, yeah, I just wanted to make that point. Like, it's you don't have to get the surgery. You don't necessarily even have to start HRT to be considered a trans woman. You just have to be because when I was a teenager, 17, 18, I was dressing feminine. I didn't necessarily know who I was at the time. I was still figuring it out. But people still saw me as a woman. I still read as a woman. People still, called me she. People would still call me a woman. So like you don't even have to necessarily be that. And I mean, I guess that's a privilege of being passable, but it's I just want to say it's like about identity because there are those girls that like they said before that will never pass. They will never be considered what a conventional woman is. So it's you don't have to do anything. You can show up with your hair on your chin and bulging muscles and you can still be considered a woman. You know what I mean? So I that's my thought on it at least. I know that probably upsets a lot of cisgender women because they are that, but there are cis women that show up in the world as women that
Sure.
look like that as well. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
I had just said that, Ari, on the platform
Hmm.
that that there are cis women who are like not buying also into any conventional aesthetic of women. They're just allowing themselves to be. They don't get into the makeup, and they also get beat up by this patriarchal system too. They get beat up
True.
for not for not being more so-called feminine or looking more feminine or showing up in the way that this society is expecting and projecting on to women. And that's why I always say that cis women don't even realize that coming down on trans women is literally participating in their own oppression, because trans women literally are disrupting the status quo of women that even cis women are oppressed by. And so when you support them, you literally are supporting your own march to freedom. Like, you're literally supporting and literally providing, opening up the space for all females who identify as women to show up in the truth as they know it to be, whatever their version of woman is. We have the Aaliyahs, we have the Brats, we have the Queen Tosas and the Serenities and the Aries and the Beyoncés. We have all of this we have the Erykah Badus, we have the Macy Grays, all of these women who show up in whatever, however they show up. And so you literally cannot deny, degrade, belittle, and reject trans women without rejecting all women's freedom, because it's all tied together. It's all tied together. Literally all tied together. So to abandon trans women is to abandon cis women, is to abandon women in general.
I agree.
So,
and people also never talk about the intersex as well. Like, you know, there are cisgendered women born as female who are intersex, who do not have female organs. You know what I mean? They were not born with female organs, but they are still cisgendered women. They are still born female, and they still have an experience as well. So when women say that, you know, a woman's experience is a period, is, you know, having a womb, is these things, even if you are infertile, that's not necessarily true. That's just not true.
We are women, they are women. Let's stick together.
Yes, we're all women.
United we stand, divided we fall. Listen here, we have some strong trans women out here. We have some vocal, you know, like, we have some very educated Black women. Just imagine, we all done experienced a person that then took us through the rings, and we know how these dudes is. We sharing them. We got some stories. What if we sat down and had a cocktail? Oh, we'll be girlfriends. Let's come together. Let's bridge that gap. Let's fight with our words for shit to get done, not to hurt each other. Let's not. I don't want to fight each other. Let's leave that violence alone. I want to be loved. I want to be loved by you ladies. And
Goddess, I love you. I love you, Goddess, but I have to push back. And the reason I'm sorry, I have to push back, not against you, Goddess, but there was a message across the screen from One Love, and she brought up an excellent point. She says, oh my gosh, it was something about, why do trans women say that Flame is not a trans woman? Because I was gung-ho with the explanation that Conscious provided in regards to the identity piece. I understand that. I get that 10,000%. But I also have to, and I understand about gender being a social construct. I totally get that. But that when One Love said that, it also put things in perspective for me as to, you know, those feelings that I have also. Because when we have women who come forward and say that they are women, and I'll use Caitlyn Jenner as an example. You can't. When I first came up, Tulsa asked, Goddess said, "Am I willing to share space?" Yes, you are a wife, you are a mother. I am willing to share space with you. But when there's someone coming up and like Caitlyn Jenner, I'm not willing to share space. And I feel like that's important to know. And that should be acceptable too.
I stand with you. You got my vote.
I do too.
One Love. So the reason why I said that about Flame and Roe, because Flame and Roe thinks like
she's here.
I wouldn't consider her as a transgender woman. And I knew her since I was a child, so I never saw her in that way. And I wouldn't. As a transgender woman, why would you be on the Breakfast Club talking about how coochie wet and how you want to lick it and how you love the woman's vagina and you like to get into it? I mean, I don't see any trans women talking like that. Tulsa, to you?
Well,
Oh, it
well,
just
well, I don't want us to conflate. I don't want us to conflate sexuality with
Yeah.
gender because those are two separate things.
well,
But you
Yeah,
have sexual
my
trans
biggest
women
thing-
and
but yeah, but I
I
understand that. But
embrace the women and their body parts. I love
gender
them.
loving women or
right,
trans women as well.
I understand that, but I'm just saying the way I just see her, I never saw her as being a trans woman. Now, however she wants to identify, that's her.
Mhm.
But I just never saw her like that because I've
Can I
always saw her as a performer. Can I just say that a drag performer that dressed in women clothing that liked it
But
when
you're hitting it right there on the nail of Serenity. The problem with Flame is that Flame has identified as a female impersonator. Flame has said that she's not necessarily trans. That's kind of new language she's adopted as a result of trying to like. She's trying to get into the space so that she and look. I think that there may be some nefarious purpose. I think that Flame may literally be intentionally trying to co-opt the trans movement in order to offset it for her own self-gain and to also corrupt trans women's narrative. Because trans, like you guys said, there is a distinct difference in female impersonator and trans woman. Trans women do not take off their transness even when they take off their wig, even when they take off their lashes. Just like cis women don't take off their woman when they remove their glands. Like, but women impersonators are literally men who are aware of their masculinity, show up in their masculinity, and don't have any problem also performing woman. That's really what they're doing. And half the time they're doing it for a living. Yeah, literally in a drag show to creatively impersonate. They're basically women actors. They're female actors. So that's a difference. Like drag queens go home and now it's just an aesthetic for drag queens. It's not an identity. It's not something that is informing them even when the gig is up. Literally, when the gig is up, the drag is up. The impersonating is up. They walk back into their offices and their jobs as John and Derek and Cal and with the boys, etc. That's not trans women's existence. This is in trans women's consciousness. This is in their spirit. This is in their inner self. This is.
No, that was my question. That was why I asked that question, because when Flame is doing these interviews and Flame is saying, and Flame is being a representation, even though Flame says that Flame speaks for Flame, Flame is a voice, and a lot of the dominant class have latched onto it. When you have this representation as trans in the media, that was why I asked, what does that mean? Because that's confusing. That when you use that term for everybody, that's confusing to people. That's confusing to me. I'm not willing to share space with
Can I speak to that?
That's rhetoric. That's rhetoric.
But here's the interesting thing too, is that even though drag queen is different from trans, drag queen and drag kings exist still on the social construct spectrum. So even though you identify as a drag queen, then to have access to et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, I would still think is a given, because all those things exist on the man and woman spectrum, that social construct that we call man and woman.
Going back to Goddess though, because if she's saying let's share space, let's go shopping, let's talk about these men, this, that, and the third. I understand that. Let's do that. But then when you have someone that comes up and they have titties as big as mine, and I mean, come on, and you're saying to me that you're a father and this, that, and the third. That changes things.
You're not meeting my kids. You are not meeting my kids. You see, that's just like this narrative they trying to teach your kids. No, Flame would be the first teacher up there trying to say, "Oh, well, I'm a man, but I'm not a woman.
I would have to
just
push back on that, Tulsa. I would have to push back on that.
push it back.
I would want my daughter to see somebody with like Flame, because I really want her to see what clownery looks like.
Oh my gosh.
I would really no, because I want to educate my child to let her know the difference between somebody like me and somebody like that. I noticed that Flame only used transgender woman when she's confirming to the what you call it, masculinity.
It's out of convenience. It's out of convenience.
It's convenient.
She only gets in drag when she's doing shows or comedy. Or she goes home and take that stuff off. I am a woman 24 hours a day. I don't come and take nothing off. It's here to stay. That's the difference.
But let me also say this before we go any further, and then Elijah, I want you to jump in here, and then a yellow pill. I also could see, I always say in these discussions, we need to keep in mind that by nature, we're speaking about something that's spiritual in nature. When we're talking about the way that femininity and masculine energy show up in our bodies and the way that we relate to those energies, despite the bodies we're born in, we're talking about something that transcends even biology. So I also want us to be careful, because I know that we have to have language. We have to have language for the sake of context. We have to develop language for the sake of understanding and understanding things, so that people can rightfully identify and classify themselves for the sake of acknowledging their own unique existence. But I also want us to realize that the truth is not in language in and of itself. Language is a tool that we're using to articulate and conceptualize and contextualize our existence to other people, but it's not the truth. So if we're trying to use language as a way to get to the bottom line of the line, we're going to not be able to accomplish that any more than language does not serve in defining God. There's not enough language to even adequately describe something that complex and eternal any more than there is enough proper language to for me to explain my existence, or for Queen Tulsa to explain hers, or Reckless, etc. So we also need to keep in mind that language is literally for the superficial purposes of us expressing and articulating our experience. But what we need to do more than language is to just watch people exist and to respect people's existence. Because see, understanding is a luxury. You can have the luxury of understanding. It's not necessary for you to provide a dignified experience to other human beings, whether you understand or not. There's a lot of religions and people of other religions I don't understand. I don't need to in order to respect people's right to worship and to be and to exist how they want. People can walk into any clothing store they feel like, and they can dress and pick whatever the hell they want to pick off the shelf, whether it is cute to me, whether I understand why you mismatching, why you in a heel and a high ponytail and a tuxedo on the top and baggy jeans. I don't have to understand it in order to respect you. Understanding is a luxury. It's not necessary. So we need to, there's only but so much we're going to be able to understand about the way other people show up and experience themselves and experience the life that they are experiencing. So I just want us to just keep in mind that language is only going to explain but so much. At the end of the day, what it all boils down to is we're all so wonderfully and beautifully made in this mystery, and we're observing each other's mysteries unfold every day. And yes, we work toward developing language to explain and make it easier for the community we live in to be able to understand. But the truth is just in the existence itself. All we know is that people are being true to themselves. And that's enough for me. I don't need to understand it. I understand you exist. I understand you are a human. I understand you deserve love, you deserve affirmation, you deserve safety, you deserve dignity. And if there's enough language for us to use for it to be okay, then fine. But I also understand that what's more importantly is just recognizing that you are a living, created thing, that you are a consciousness that is showing up in this flesh. So, what? What, Queen Tulsa? What?
Flame reminds me of my daddy, rest his soul. It just seemed like the older they get, the messy they be. My daddy got the gossiping, and he was just old school like that. And Flame reminds me, because he was so old school. Flame is getting messy and messy for that dog. Flame doesn't have to. Flame has the luxury to fly first class and do all that. Flame has the luxury of having that money. But what about the people that don't have the money and that are encountering people out here on the real streets like they do in California? It's so much trans hate, and I feel like he's working for the enemy. That's like sleeping with the enemy.
Oh Lord.
This man is like sleeping with the enemy. And the reason I say that is because he, him, he, she, and we, those are his pronouns. He's acting like a man. Let's see it for what it is.
Can I say
Well, he
one
is one.
You can claim, I don't care, I am a trans woman, but I'm not saying my pronouns are he, him, and his.
For sure.
Those are my pronouns. Mine are she, her, and hers. So,
And that's what I respect.
she and we is got a problem, and it's rhetoric that he's spreading, and it's negative. And I don't care if y'all don't like my opinion, but it is what it is. He is a disservice to the transgender women and the transgender men.
I agree. Flame can be entitled to her opinion. She can be entitled. She can be entitled to the word trans, and I'm entitled to say that I think she's completely fucking dangerous. And every community is vulnerable when you have coons in the fucking space, and you have people co-opting a genuine movement in a genuine space that's already struggling to progress, and then you have somebody setting the damn clock 20 times back and narcissistically, like literally for self-gain. Flame literally enters into these conversations to be a deterrent, to be a detractor, to be a distractor, to literally pander to the dominant society who is already not convinced. That's why it's dangerous. They're already not convinced, and they're using Flame Monroe's pandering and using her verbiage and her willingness to agree in order to continue to incite violence socially and legislatively and physically upon trans people.
You know what? I'm to the point where I'm just fed up, and I've lost sisters to violence. And for this, can I curse on here?
Hell yeah, curse on it.
This bitch gonna sit up here and encourage this shit. Like, we have transgender sisters that had lost their lives to violence, and we got this bitch out here saying that these are men, and they was fucking killing them and saying, oh, they tricked me. They said they didn't tell me that they was a man, but you got this bitch out here that knows that people are in their graves rolling around, kicking up. I want them to show up in her motherfucking dreams, because it's wrong. I'm hurt. They didn't have a voice. They're not here to speak. I'm here to speak for them. Those are my motherfucking sisters, bitch, that you was motherfucking talking about. You's an ignorant old bitch. You's a coon, hoe. You are a motherfucking coon. And you know what? I'm not even a violent ass type of bitch, but I wouldn't even sit at the table and eat with your funky ass. With all due respect, like I'm not even gonna go there with you, bitch. But bitch, you need to take a motherfucking rest from that goddamn Android. And you sit over there and you're eating on those motherfucking peanuts with your fucking. This is what the fuck you look like, bitch.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
God is so lovely, honey.
Yeah.
Maybe because she got that bald head underneath that wig.
And you're literally saying what I said in the comments earlier, Goddess, too, and CTV agreed with me. I see Flame Monroe as an agent of chaos. And what the dominant society loves to do is have a figurative talking head from your community to do the most damage to you. It's hatred 2.0. So instead of me saying the hateful crap, I get somebody that looks like they're from your community to spew my hatred for me.
Okay, I got one more for you, bitch. They still ain't checking for you because they didn't put Martin Lawrence in a dress. They didn't put everybody in a dress in the movie except for your ugly ass, bitch.
And I want to say this to One Love, and then I want a Reckless and Yellow Pill to jump in. I'm about to pull your whole card, One Love. I am disappointed that you are literally trying to advocate on behalf of Miss Flame, identifying as a trans woman, because you have came up on this motherfucker and dog walk cishet people for invalidating trans women's womanhood, trans women's identity. Flame literally does all of that to trans women in the trans conversation. And you're sitting here saying, well, she should have a right. Okay, I want you to be that graceful then to everybody else who has a right to an opinion, because you ain't allowed nobody on this platform to have a right to opinion without you rightfully correcting and gathering their motherfucking ass. And I want you to keep that same energy for a pandering ass bitch like Flame. And just because she got ass and titties don't make no exception for her. Her politics are dangerous. They are uninformed. They're ill-equipped. They pander as fuck, and you need to be dragging the misogyny and dragging the ignorance. And Flame literally said in the Macy Gray interview that I don't even know why all these other words exist, girl. They ain't nothing but gay, straight, and bisexual. The bitch don't even have a concept for gender identity at all. And don't even appreciate all the education and verbiage and concepts that are now present. She's condemning that shit. Talking about, oh girl, y'all out here using these big ass words, and y'all out here, girl, you are not equipped and intelligent enough to have this conversation. And that was the whole Giselle's point. Y'all wanted to have this conversation with a Flame Monroe. Y'all wanted that conversation. You don't want to sit in front of somebody and sit at the table with somebody who's actually intelligent and can rightfully advocate for themselves. Y'all wanted a donkey like Flame, and that's where y'all got, and that's what y'all got. And if you look at the comment section, of course, because the dominant class is the dominant class, girl, ain't nothing wrong, girl. Yes, girl, Flame is the only person ever talking some sense. But then they'll listen to a One Love who also has the ability to articulate and advocate for herself and call One Love fucking crazy. But go up for Flame, but yet One Love is saying she agrees.
Bitch, I was flabbergasted, bitch.
I don't understand, sis. You gonna have to make it make sense to me. But go ahead, Reckless.
Can I say this? Can I say this real quick?
Can you? Oh, my fault. Mm-hmm.
Can I say this? This is why trans women can never. I think that we will never win this battle. It's because we're all on different pages, and we're so afraid to call out another trans woman when they're talking bullshit. And my thing is that, and if you're saying you're a part of my community and you're speaking down on me, you saying that my vagina doesn't get wet, it doesn't function, it doesn't do this, and you don't even have a vagina. That's the thing when you went on the Breakfast Club and you said that, you're speaking about things that you don't even have. So you're problematic to my community. So I don't care about what no trans woman feel about how I feel about calling that man to the table.
And sis, let me give you your flowers, because some trans women that get the SRS does not refer back to being a trans woman. So hats off to you and giving you your flowers for acknowledging.
Well, when I'm in certain spaces, I would say
for acknowledging it here. This is a big deal. This is a platform. Thousands of people are going to see this.
Yes.
We're celebrities.
Well, I don't want to be a celebrity. I just want to come in here and speak my piece and let them know that there's another world out there besides, us being one way, that we are many ways. We come in many forms. You know what I'm saying? And I just don't feel what is the big fuss of why we have to argue with women about our womanhood. I don't have to explain nothing to you. And I'm not going to argue about nothing to you. All I'm doing is asking you to give me my space and allow me to live. That's all I'm asking. I want the same thing that's on the Statue of Liberty, peace and prosperity and love and all of that. I want all those things. So get out of the way and let me have them. That's it. Live and let live. That's it.
Oh, reckless.
So earlier you guys were speaking and talking about how can someone discredit Flame's experience as a trans woman, because Flames within her own slogan tells us herself, he gets something, she makes the money, and we go and cash it. That lets you know that when it comes down to the female aspect, that she part of him, it's for a financial gain.
She also takes off the entire gender identity. She literally fathers and literally goes by pronouns and literally shows up to her children's school as male and allow them to engage her as she. This is her. We ain't putting no words in her fucking mouth. This is her articulated lived experience. This is what she says. Ain't nobody got to make it up about Flame. Ain't nobody got to do nothing. Flame is the one trying to tiptoe and shuck and fucking jive, playing in our motherfucking faces, and then want to be defended when she get caught up all in her goddamn two-step. Like, it's fine that you're not trans, Flame. Okay? Like, he, she, we, there are plenty of other gender categories for you where there are the appropriate politics that support your existence, but you are intruding and endangering the existence of trans women who already live in an ignorant as abusive system that already denies them. And they use the he of you to reinforce the he in women who actually show up this way in their spirit, in their lives, in their walk, in their being, and it's unfucking appreciated. And the fact that the community keeps educating her, and she is so narcissistic to not give a fuck about the little bit of impact, her little bit of popularity, her little bit of visibility has on the dominant society, who's looking for a coon like every society does. They're looking for the person who gives them permission to be violent and to be disrespectful and to be denouncing. And for dominant society, they found that in Flame Monroe, the way that mayonnaise folk have found that shit in Candace Owens.
Get into it, or Stacey Dash,
etc.
And so back to One Love. I am really confused on why you are giving her a pass, baby.
Well, One Love said she don't agree, but she also agrees that Flame has a right to an opinion and a right to identify however she wish, even if it is trans. I don't agree with that.
Well, so with that being said, every transphobic person that come up here is they once again, but here's the thing: let's not give no license to Flame only because she's part of the queer community. Now, I understand the whole thing when we start to talk about power, as in with there's a dominant class, you have to stay on their neck because it can result in the deaths of marginalized groups. But however, you also have to keep your foot on the necks of pick-me's as well, because what they're doing, they're giving a license for that dominant class to be able to exit your life and pull a bullet between your eyebrows. That's the whole thing. Now, when it comes down to Flame Monroe and all the different types of things, girl, be honest with you, Flame is full of shit. Flame is only for her own type of gain, personal gain when it comes down to money. That's the reason why I do not respect Flame, because the thing about it, she says it in multiple lives that she knows what she's doing, and that many of times is that they're not using her. She knows what she's doing, and that she's willfully putting other trans people in danger.
And that's why I was saying I disagree with CTV. I think she does care. I think she cares to maintain the system that she's enjoying, that she wants to weaponize it because she went through oppression and she wants to make sure that other people in her community
Well, she don't care.
suffers the
In the
same.
context in which I used care, so she don't care then. She cares she is
Yeah,
narcissistically
yeah, I agree with you then.
involved.
Yeah, but she cares. She wants to maintain the oppression. The same way we have people in my Black Native community that was all willing to sit up there and make sure that other tribes went through the same oppression that they went through by leading the dominant society to the other tribes to oppress them as well.
Ma'am, that's
She
bullshit.
benefits from tokenism.
That's
Like,
bullshit.
that's what it is.
That is not right. You're gonna sit up here and I got an opportunity. Listen here. Let's say I got an opportunity. I'm on TV, but guess what? I go and talk about Consciouztv and everybody on here to make more money. That's not me. I'm going to try to bring them along. Let's get some production started. Y'all got talent? Let's show these motherfuckers that we can do this on my dime. And whatever we make from it, then we go from there. That's not what Flame's doing. Flame is saying, hey, white people, I got these ignorant niggas over here. If y'all want to fuck them up, I'm about to give some, here you go. Let me get them riled up right quick. All right, y'all like women, I ain't women. I'm a man. I'm he, she, we. Fuck them niggas. If you see a trans out there, you call up man. All right, go in there and get them. That's what the fuck. What does that sound like? It sounds like back in the day. It sounds like he got the handbook of making us motherfucking slaves again.
That's exactly what I'm seeing too, Goddess. That's exactly what I see at Agent of Chaos. And let me murky the waters so you have people like E confused. And to address what you asked earlier, E, treat it this way. Just like we're not monolithic, neither is their community. Nobody is a monolith. So just like there are some women who feel like in order to be trans they need the surgery, some don't. It's the same thing with our community. Everybody doesn't do and function the exact same way. So that way there's no confusion. You can't see their community as monolithic no more than we want anybody seeing our community as monolithic.
Nakia, do me a favor. Elaborate on what you were saying again. Okay, that's it.
And Barry said something really dope. No one has the right to inflict hatred toward others. You may have the will to do it, but not the right. Absolutely. Yellow Pill, get in here. Are you there, sir?
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Welcome to the platform, Yellow Pill. And then one love who has joined us as well. Your thoughts on
Yeah. So I just want to say what's up, Conscious. Always good content. Logic, what's good? Put the bangs on that freeze pop early. You in rare form tonight. I don't know what got into you.
He has had a lot of practice over the last few days.
Yeah. to the ladies on the panel, you know what I'm saying? Good evening. I don't have zero opinion on Flame. I'm finna make a hard left. I might get jumped for this. But I feel like if I don't ask this question, because the one thing I appreciate tonight is that y'all been open and honest about how y'all feel. You know what I'm saying? Everybody involved. So if I don't ask this question, I feel like this is the perfect time right now, right? Okay. So a lot of a conversation that we have a lot of in my space, because I'm in the sports, is transgenders in sports. And I feel like if I don't ask y'all, I feel like y'all would be a good group of people to honestly answer this.
I can nip it in the bud for you. Ooh. Just how they have the.
Well, let's let him say it first.
Oh, he's done. Okay.
So we can know. She's like, I got to. No, but like, it's with like, okay, with like Leah Thomas, I think that's her name. Mm-hmm. Winning in a collegiate competition and, you know, doing her thing over there. Like, how do you see this playing out with? Because as far as right now, it's banned. I think as far as swimming goes. So she can't swim right now.
And she can't swim because of her identity?
No,
she can't swim because they made a rule.
About what? I don't.
Let me see. I want to get it particular. I think it's just flat out that is that transgenders can't participate in swimming.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to misquote it. If y'all know,
I think it's if they go into male puberty, because that's the difference in between trans athletes and non-trans athletes, right? Like the trans women who've gone through male puberty, they have enlarged, on average, larger hearts, denser bones, longer wingspans, different things like that. So it's just a little bit different once you've gone through male puberty. So that's why they kind of make those differences. But if people really cared, then they would let children, they would let kids take puberty blockers, and they would let trans kids be trans kids. You know what I mean? If people really care,
Well,
but
it's
they're not
funny that
trying
you
to have
say
that
that, Serenity.
conversation.
I mean, Aries, it's funny that you say that because there's a lot of controversy going on around that because a lot of the detransitioners are coming out with their stories, which is creating a conversation around when it's appropriate for, like, does a child get to make that type of decision? Who should be in control of that decision? Should the parent yield to that when it comes to altering one's anatomy and physiological state in that way? And it's a very controversial conversation, as most conversations around children are. So,
most definitely.
Well,
I would say that with the kids,
to the Leah Thomas update, basically, she is disqualified. She's not allowed to compete in women's swimming competition. But if you are a trans experience, if you're 12 years old or under, you can compete. So basically, if you're 12, 11, as long as you transition at 12 or 11, and you don't have any like male puberty running through your vein, then you are allowed to compete in women's sports when it comes to swimming. Just swimming, but everything else, trans women are not taking over. Calm down, people. Breathe.
But I would like to say this.
I'm sorry, it's the contradiction within it all. Because the thing is, it just popped in my head. Sorry. The thing is that now trans people have to wait before they're 12 or something like that. I want to make sure I heard that right.
No, the law says basically if you're going to be a swimming person in university and trying to compete in the Olympics, you have to be able to transition from your 12. So when you're 12, you don't go through puberty, right? Because that's what trans women are doing right now. They're trying to block their testosterone. So they either remove their balls or abuse and testosterone. Because testosterone is what basically when you're 12, 13, testosterone is that's where it comes from. It comes from your balls.
You can take puberty blockers.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I said. That's what I said.
But you said remove their balls. That's a different thing.
I said that's what trans women, not youth, women. Two different things.
Okay. Well, first of all, if you are a trans woman and you've been on hormones for so many years, then you're on the same level as any other woman, because especially once you have the surgery, you don't produce no male testosterone, period.
Well, they're talking about puberty only. They're not talking about transition, talking about puberty. So let's not get that twisted.
But here's my thing, and this is the reason why I started to say something. Because the dominant class need to make up their motherfucking mind. Because the thing is, now they're talking about children at 12, but yet you demonize trans people or even parents that allow their children to transition at around that time. So which one do y'all want? Do you want trans people to transition at an early age, or do you want them to wait to 18 so they can make a good decision? Which one do you hoes want? Dominant class, I need your answers right now because y'all not making no sense to me.
So, and let's keep in mind, puberty blockers are reversible. They are reversible.
Not if you're 12. Not if you're 12. Not if you're 12.
That's not true. If you take puberty blockers,
Hold on. Y'all, let's hear everybody side out fully. Serenity, and then a One Love respond to Serenity.
I just, like I said before, if you're on hormones, because I don't even think that athlete was on hormones for 2 years. She had just transitioned and all of a sudden started swimming. So she wasn't even broken down. Did you see her broad? I mean, she looked at like a man. I saw no woman in her, but that's here nor there. But if you're taking hormones and you're taking testosterone blockers, I don't think that will make you stronger than any woman or make you stronger than another woman. So I'm just confused about the whole thing, period. Because my thing is like, okay, if you're saying that you want a child to transition it, to take blockers and they can complete, but then you say, okay, well, if you give your child that, I'm going to send you to prison, like in Texas. So I'm with logic. It's not making no sense to me at all.
Okay, so totally agree. Hey guys, this is One Love. I don't agree with Flame Monroe, but let's not go back there yet. But what I will say about the sports, I was doing some research with other trans women, and I've met a couple of trans women who actually transitioned before puberty, and they are about 21 right now. Like few of them are 21, right? So this is a new concept for most trans women to transition at 12. This is a new concept, literally.
Mm-hmm.
So the only person that we could refer is Jazz Jenin, right? Where she transitioned. Jazz Jenin cannot revert back to being a boy. It's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. But if you transition at 30, you may revert. Depends on if you get rid of your balls. That's what I was saying. I don't know if maybe if balls triggered you guys. I'm sorry if it triggers you. I apologize, because I know how some trans women are when it comes to their private. So I apologize. But basically,
oh no, honey, I gobble them all the time.
Okay, perfect. So what I'm trying to say is, like, when it comes to sports, trans women, they know the fact, like, okay, if you transition at 25, 30, like, come on, like, it's impossible for you to be in women's sports. Depends if your body did not develop at a speed of like every average male who's 25. I get that part. But when it comes to other trans women who transition at 12, I can understand your concept. But then again, we all don't live in one place where we could allow to transition at 12, right? So I get the law is being unfair, but I don't understand it, and I still would never understand that concept. But to the guy's point, because he sounded like basically he was talking about trans women sports, trans women being women's sports. The problem that I have with cis people is that they only watch when trans women wins, but they don't watch when trans women loses. So I did my research about the whole boxing and the whole MMA fighting. The trans women that they all post on their narrative lost a couple of fights, but no one talks about the couple of fights that she lost, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you're doing an MFA fighting, first of all, the cis woman who are fighting this person knows they're trans. She's getting paid, and she's willing to fight a trans woman. She wants to fight a trans woman, because most of these women, when they're training, they actually fight cisgendered men to actually bring up their power, right? So for you guys to say, oh, this trans woman beat the hell out of this cis woman, y'all been doing that for decades. Y'all been beating y'all woman, but y'all don't have the same energy to make a video.
We ain't done that.
Hold on.
Okay, so I want to clarify. Before she goes too far off, I want to clarify what I was saying.
No, I think
because
that's a valid point, and I think that we need to let her speak.
That's what they do. They always cut me off. Like,
we go compare. I'm saying now we go compare fighting the ring to. Come on, now.
No. Hold on. We gotta, because it sounds like
that's what they
boys. But hold on. One Love.
Hey, baby. Okay, this is what they always do to me. Whenever I try to have a conversation and try to bring it on a level-minded, when it comes to cis people, like when you compare different struggles, they tend to like, oh, no, we're not like that. Cis women are getting their ass beaten every single day by cis heterosexual men, and there's no videos on their platform about cis men abusing cisgendered women, right? But when you have an MFA fighter who win a couple of fights with other cis women, it's a problem, right? But this same trans woman that they're talking about in the MFA fighting lost a lot of competition, but nobody talks about that. So when it comes to Leah Thomas, she actually lost a round. And you know what they said? They said, oh, she lost because she was getting a lot of backlash. Make it make sense. When we win, it's a problem. When we transition, is a problem. Pick a side. Like, I'm sick and tired of you cishet men bring up this argument about the fighting competition. Y'all have no boat in this fight because y'all beat cis women every day. Y'all literally murder them. They get murdered every 5 minutes. So what's your point?
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
All right. First of all, I didn't even mention the MMA fighting. Second of all,
it's women in transports.
Right. Second of all, I think it's kind of unfair to women who actually have to get abused for you to compare that to a sanctioned fight.
Y'all do that. Y'all compare.
Hold on. I don't compare nothing. Talk to me. Me and you talk.
Okay.
Because I'll be wrong. Hold on, wait. Because I will be wrong if I assume that you got an opinion like everybody else. I'm talking to you. Talking to One Love.
Okay.
All right. So the thing with that is, I can understand where you're coming from because nobody mentions when the what was it, like New Zealand, the power lifter that was in the Olympics that competed in the female powerlifting. She lost. She didn't win the gold.
Right.
She lost. Right? She did well. She was like third or second. You know what I'm saying? Like it's there. So I understand what you're saying. However, if a man transitions after he's already experienced puberty, and I get it, he just got beat up by some really tough chicks. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it's still an advantage with that. Because if you saying it like, yeah, because men beat on women all the time, well, just think about how that is then in the ring.
I don't know how it
I've
is.
seen.
I don't beat
I'm
on
saying. I don't either. So hear what I'm saying. I've watched MMA fights where cisgender women have beat the hell out of each other. One of my favorite fights, one of my favorite UFC fights is Jacek versus Wei Lee. And I mean, these girls were pumpkin head to look. Remember how Martin looked when he fought Spinks and his face was all knotted? That's just how them women look. So I understand there's some women that can get beat up, but at the same time, you have to understand that it's a dynamic. The same thing with Leah Thomas. I get that Leah Thomas lost a couple races, but you have to look at the correlation from where I can't remember her past name. I don't want to misgender nobody. I don't want to say the wrong thing.
You already misgendered her.
You already misgendered.
Hey, look, I'm trying. Everybody been misgendering everybody anyway. So can I get? Oh yeah, hold on, because I've been listening. Don't let me get to calling out y'all mess. No, I'm playing. I'm joking. I'm trying to toe the line though. So give me a break, y'all. Give me a break. That's why I'm here. I'm always here to learn.
This is a tough crowd, Yellow. It's a tough crowd.
Yeah, I know. I already know.
Yellow, I want to ask
but I don't know about. Hold on. Just let me get this out, because I don't know Leah Thomas prior to this. But I do know that when she was competing as a male, she was in the bottom 600, damn near 500 of swimmers.
She was in 466.
That's a lot. That's a lot. You ain't say it like it was 20. You didn't say like it was 20. You said 466.
But
that's not a lot.
To prove your point, because the point
bad,
is
though.
that she's not competing at a male level with being being transitioned. That's why she switched over, because she was
but when she wins though, that's the point though. When she wins,
she loses,
she wins. You know what I'm saying? Like, she shattering records when she wins. Everybody have an off day. She probably was distracted after all that, because the way she lost was after she shattered records. You see what I'm saying?
I don't see what you're saying.
Can I ask you something, y'all?
Yeah.
I kind of thought that was a little bit tone deaf and like a little disrespectful. When you say, well, that man transition.
Right.
Well, that I really didn't like you saying that. I would just
I'm only saying it because I'm referring to when Leah Thomas was a male swimmer. I don't know how else to refer to it.
Wait,
I don't know how else to refer to it.
Just listen to me.
when you do that, you insult the trans woman by reminding her of her past. That past is dead to her. She no longer lives that past. She no longer is that person anymore. So when you say man or him, it's basically an insult because you're trying to remind that you're still reminding that person of, oh, you used to be a man.
Wait a minute. I have a okay.
That's basically what
I
you're
have 2
doing.
points that now y'all thrown. Now I'm getting thrown.
Get
Okay,
in here.
Okay, so my student, right? I have a student who transitioned,
Oh God.
right? And shut up. I'm right. I have
Hold
a
on,
student.
lady.
When I think of
yellow red wasn't done on the trans women sports. Because you like to deflect on a lot of things.
Okay, so then I'll go back to the trans sports thing before you go into.
Let him
Is there enough testosterone for a woman to compete against a man swimming? I mean, a woman who's transitioned to a man.
I was gonna kind of. It's funny because it's ironic because that's kind of where I was going with it. That was gonna be my kind of my end point. Like I'm looking at it, I kind of look at it like this: if it's got to be fair all the way around. We'll never see a transgender male be able to compete at the level with.
They are competing.
No. Come on. Let's have a fair conversation. Let's have a fair conversation. Hold on. Let's have a fair conversation. And I'm gonna ask you one question. Do you think?
I did my research.
Hold on. Because I'm talking about. As far as I know, in none of the 4 major sports, in none of the 5 major male sports, which is the MLS, NBA, NHL, NFL, or boxing. Yeah, these are like a lot of major sports where there are no transgenders no transgender males participating in these leagues.
Well, Yellow Man, you're wrong. In the boxing, if you Google trans men, he actually won a couple of competition. Grab your phone, everybody.
Boxing.
And type in trans men.
Okay. Boxing, but boxing still ain't considered.
Hey, hello. Allow me to interject, please.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to pull up an article right here and see if this clears this up. Okay, this is from InsideHook.com, and it is captioned, "What about trans athletes who compete and win in men's sports?" On the oft-overlooked case of America's supposedly disadvantaged trans masculine athletes. In 2017, Ezra was a high school senior and the co-captain of his cross-country team in Maryland. I'm trying to get to the point. He was accepting. Okay, wait a minute. I'm not gonna read this whole thing. In 2017, Ezra was a high school senior and the co-captain of his cross-country team in Maryland. It was only his second year competing in the boys' team, having moved from the girls' team at the beginning of his junior season. He had been a star runner on the girls' varsity team his freshman year, skipping junior varsity completely, and began coming out to his friends and teammates as transgender before his sophomore season. It was then that he faced a choice which team he would compete with for his sophomore year. His high school was accepting, and he faced no institutional barriers to competing on the team that aligned with his gender, thanks to living in one of the 16 states deemed friendly for trans athletes by transathlete.com, nor would he be starting testosterone for at least another year. During his freshman year, so this is a trans man we're talking about, his team has suffered a devastating loss in the state champion race. So devastating, in fact, that one of his teammates broke the second place trophy in half. Ezra seeded to be the top runner on the girls' team his sophomore year and knew they could not win without him. The team was like his family, and he ultimately made the decision to run with them. It was challenging, says Ezra, 21, and a student at an Ivy League college. I had just asked my entire school and my entire community to view me as a male, to use him, he pronouns, to call me Ezra. I wanted there to be no residual perception of me as a woman. And then we would have sports assemblies, and they'd call up women's cross country, and I would have to march up there. Junior year, there was no question before the season began. Ezra started testosterone and had top surgery. Joining the boys' team meant leaving the girls who had been his biggest support system behind. The first time he'd ever heard someone use his chosen name was while he was running up a hill doing a girls' race. When someone cheered "Go Ezra," he'd written the bus to all his meets with them. It definitely did feel like I was giving up something, he says now, of the decision to switch to the boys' team, and it was entirely worth it to me. I tried to frame it as a competitive opportunity to try to get back up there and improve my time. By his senior year, Ezra was co-captain of the boys' team, and the underclassmen looked up to him. In retrospect, he looks back at the decision to switch teams as not only one of the most consequential moments in his athletic career, but as a combination of sorts in the evolution of his identity. My experience as a trans person has been living with a lot of conflict, conflict between how I see myself and how my body looks, conflict between how other people see me and who I know myself to be. Not being able to run on the men's team takes the conflict and it puts it in the forefront of my mind, and it puts it in the forefront of everyone else's mind. And that might be the absolute worst thing that you can do to a high schooler, whether it's gender-related conflict or any other type of core internal conflict, Ezra says. So it was important. Hold on. Grace, do you want to hear about the Lions team? I don't even.
Can you Google Patricio Manuel, the boxer that won a lot of fights?
All right, can I respond to that? Can I respond to that article real quick?
Google it, Conscious.
All right.
Hold on for a minute. Y'all up here? Spell that. One love.
It's Patricio, and his last name is Manuel. Do you get that?
I feel like it should be okay to acknowledge that puberty is important.
One second. And just add boxer.
Oh, in 2018, he became the first.
Can you pull it up on the big screen?
Yes.
Thank you,
hold
baby.
on for a minute.
Straight man, here you go.
You just gotta be petty.
I did
I ain't mad at you.
y'all.
I ain't mad at you. What's the record looking like? Let me see.
Hold on. It's already late, and I ain't trying to be here all morning. In 2018, he became the first transgender boxer in the history of the United States to have a professional fight. Manuel is a 5-time U.S. female national amateur boxing champion. He fought his last fight as a woman in 2012 against Tiara Brown. Is there something else?
Can you pull up his picture? Google
one fight.
Picture.
That's one fight.
No, a lot. He has a lot of fights. That's him right there. He had a lot of fights. But y'all,
I don't trust boxing. I don't trust boxing. I don't trust boxing.
You don't trust it now.
Boxing,
but when
boxing been fixed for a long time. Boxing been fixed for a long time. No. I just want to make this one last point though about that. I just want to be this one last, because I mean I give credit where credit is due. He won a fight. You know what I'm saying? He won the fight. I ain't gonna take it from him. I ain't gonna take it from him. He won the fight. But this is what I'm saying. Boxing is one sport, right? I get that. Boxing. Hold on. That's one fight. Hold on. That's one fight, and once that is not the main sport.
Man,
You said name 5 sports that a trans man is in. We gave you 2.
Hockey.
What's your problem?
No. Hockey.
What is your
no.
problem, sir?
Basketball. No. Football. No. Baseball. No.
Trans women is not in baseball. We're just trans women in MFA
that's what I'm
fighting,
saying. I don't think it's gonna happen.
Wrestling and
okay, all of that. That's physical sports, because the thing about it is that most cisgender women train with males anyway.
You're moving the ghost pole.
No, you're trying to count one person doing one thing as something that's going to change everything. What have they? His last fight was in 2018.
Do you want a next one?
Fight.
Would you like a next trans man, sir?
We picking and choose. I asked a specific question.
What's your question again?
Do you think a transgender male will make it to one? Do you think he can compete the same way that a transgender woman would compete?
Yes,
they're not.
First
of all, I'm not talking about high school level. Take somebody who participated in high school sports.
Leah Thomas was in university.
I know that most girls are usually faster in track than boys are. That's why they didn't have no problem having.
You're generalizing.
I'm talking about something I know, man.
Weak.
Come on, man.
Not all women are weak, sir.
What are you? I'm giving women credit. What are you doing? Stop punching yourself in the face.
No, you're not. You're basically
stop punching yourself in the face because you're swinging and missing and you're hitting yourself.
Hold on.
I'm agreeing with you.
bring violence.
Like I'm agreeing with you.
No,
That's what I'm saying. You're arguing against nothing. I'm saying that girls are
Okay.
usually faster in high school than boys. Take it from somebody who
That's
participated in that
incorrect.
sport.
That's incorrect. You're
Oh my God!
generalizing.
Then why did they?
You're generalizing again, and you need to stop doing that.
All
You
right.
asked for.
So I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. Nah, I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Mute yourself for a second.
I mean, you tried.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Hold
I
on.
don't know what I'm talking
Hold
about.
on.
No, I don't know what I'm talking about. Nah, I don't know what I'm talking about.
I think he does have a point though. Like
I don't know
trans
what I'm talking
women
about.
that has went through male puberty, they in some sports, not all, obviously, not all. Some sports, it depends on strategic, it depends on different things. But within some sports, if you went through a male puberty, you have a bit of an advantage. That's just a fact. Like it's not, something that we can sit here and debate. Like when you go through a male puberty, on average, you're going to grow taller. Your muscle fibers are going to be able to grow more. Your heart is enlarged.
Get into that man on the screen though.
But that's not what cis men are doing or cis people are doing.
You know what?
What they're doing is the fact that
if we ever got around, I will
hold on one
push you
second.
to the
Let me just land this point. The point what they're doing is they're generalizing all trans women in one box, right? And you can't put Jazz Jennings in one box with a trans woman who's been through puberty, and that's the problem. That's why the sports said you have to transition at 12. I get their concept on that situation, but you cannot say, oh, there's no trans man in sports. There are plenty of trans men in sports.
It's trans men in sports, but
triggers you because you always.
But you've been cutting me off all day. It's trans men in sport. I never said that. What I'm saying is they're not going to be able to compete at the level that a trans woman could possibly compete.
So
you have a better chance of a trans woman making it to the top of the WNBA faster than you would ever think seeing of a trans man make it in the top.
What about the lady in jail? Can you pull her up? What if she transitioned? What are you talking about? She's like
she would get dog walked.
Can you pull the lady up in
No,
jail
you want. I could do you one better. I could do you one better. Conscious. How about you pull up the link of when Brittany? Hold on. How about you want to pull up some stuff? Conscious. Pull up the link of when Brittany Griner said if she could beat DeMarcus Cousins, and we'll see how the world reacted to the goofiness that she said. Even her coach. Hold on, her coach, who is an all-time women's coach, was like, I would take all of my money in my savings, all of my kids' money, all of my wives' money, and put it on DeMarcus Cousins.
The fact that you just got basically disbarred in the whole conversation, it doesn't make any sense. You literally
because you already talking about somebody who can't even dunk on command.
We ain't changing the subject.
That would be the NBA All-Star. No, we ain't talking. We are changing the subject. You said go check out Brittany Griner. That's the point I'm trying to make. If Brittany Griner went to the NBA, she would be on the bench.
Okay, you said
would she play?
You said what you said.
She would be on the bench.
Okay, can I say what I'm gonna say, and then you can say what you're gonna say?
Get him one love, baby.
Okay, I'm saying that. This is my problem with y'all cis heterosexual people. Y'all move the goalpost every time a trans man come in the conversation because your point would always lose once.
Do you ever think a trans man will be able to score in a goalpost? Speaking of goalposts in football, you know a goalpost is in the NFL. Do you ever think a trans man would be able to touch a goalpost in the NFL? I don't think so. Let's move the goalpost in.
Can I finish my statement, sir?
Yeah, you can. I'm sorry. I got a little beside myself.
So much. My problem that I have with you cis heterosexual people, not all, but most of you guys who are talking about the sports, y'all don't do your research. What y'all do is y'all just basically see trans women as men and think we're just dominating the sports industry. Trans women don't even make up 1% of the sports. Not even 1%. Not even 100 trans people are in sports right now. That's competing on a level that you're speaking. Not even 100. So when you're speaking and saying that trans women are so strong, right? You don't have a lived experience of a transgender woman who transitioned at 18, 19, 20. You don't know trans women. Are you friends with a trans person? No. Do you communicate with a trans woman? No. So you don't know how our strength is. What you're doing is you're assuming that trans women are men, and therefore, because you think women are weak because of your misogyny, what you're doing is you're saying trans women are going to dominate when trans women don't even make 1% in the sports industry. I did my research on this conversation. Yes, there is some trans women who are stronger, who transition later on in life. But guess what, Papa Chulo? Trans women are transitioning like 14. Look at Zaya Wade. But then we have straight men like you and Boosie who are bashing trans women who are transitioning at 14, who are transitioning at 12.
Did I bash? Did I bash?
Let me finish.
Did I bash? No, I'm not gonna let you accuse.
You
You're not
misgendered a
gonna. You
trans
got.
woman today.
You're not gonna miss.
misgendered a
You're not
trans
gonna
woman today.
misintention me. You're not gonna
misgendered a
misintention
trans
me.
woman today.
No, you're not gonna misintention me.
A bottle of water. Calm down. Quench
You're
your
not gonna
thirst.
misintention
Calm
me.
down.
Shoot. Fuck y'all thought.
Girl, I swear, my voice trigger people. It's so crazy. I
Well, ain't nobody worried about
all
you.
the time. On
Okay, wait a minute. I have a question. For the trans women then on the panel, all the trans women on the panel. So, can y'all speak to what y'all think should happen as it relates to trans persons competing in sports for the trans women on the panel?
Let's go in order.
So, Tosa, what are your thoughts on what should happen?
My thoughts are, you know how they have the men's league, the women's league. I feel like they should have the trans league. Give us our own league. Those are my opinions. Some may agree, some may not.
Now, let me ask you this question: with what One Love just said, that there are less than 100 trans people competing at that level, that doesn't seem.
Well, I feel like we should have our own lane, and once we prove ourselves, then people are going to want to draft us. But that's going to be up to us. But if we do decide to get drafted, they got to come with big numbers.
Well, but if the issue is
Can I toss that?
Yes.
Opinion.
When you say that, you're saying something separate but equal. You can't do that because basically, when you say that you have a transgender sport over there, then you're singling us out and you're dividing us.
Right.
My thing is this: the only reason.
Let me correct myself. I want to recant. Can I recant that? Okay, I would like to recant my statement. So I feel like it's a free for all. I think that it's a heavy subject. It's a very heavy subject because you have people out here that are abusing the trans name, that are doing it for the wrong purposes, and that are giving it the wrong name. So that's, it's.
Let me say this. The only reason why we have a problem is because we separate the sexes. I try to think outside the box and say, okay, I don't want to exclude nobody because they're this way and this way. So I think the way we should come to the approach is that let's just test people hormonally. Let's see how much hormones you have in your body. Let's test your strength. Let's see if you're equal to be able to compete. When you separate things and you can say, well, you're over here and you're over here, that's where the problem comes in.
That's where the divide comes in. Okay.
That's where the divide comes in. And sometimes the heterosexual community, I've never seen a community that's always, this and this and that, but they always have either gay sex on their mind, transgenders on their mind.
Let's not change the topic.
Okay, sorry.
No, that's real.
No, but we're not changing. This is a serious topic.
No, I understand what
she's
saying. Tulsa, don't change the topic. Yeah, but like I was just saying before, I just feel
One Love said that.
That's what I said. One Love, calm down, ma'am. Calm down.
Oh, sorry, Papa.
We're in this fight together.
No, I'm not. I'm agreeing with you.
I just feel like maybe we should try to find another way to try to make everyone feel comfortable instead of separating are dividing. Because the only reason why it's a problem is because we just separate the sexes. Men compete here, women compete there.
But if the reason for the sexes being divided is predicated upon ideas that because males have more body mass, etc., and have testosterone and observations and data around the way that impacts male ability to be faster or to be et cetera, isn't all that one into these ideas of separating women football players from competing against male football players, etc.? Or because when I look into the issue, it seems really that even some of this data is like subjective and not as black and white, but there is like enough to form a basis, maybe to put women in their own, to put females in their own class and put males in their own class. But yeah,
well then that's a contradiction because some women are stronger than men. Some women can swim faster than men. They can run faster than a man. Some women can even whoop a man. So I'm not.
Can I ask one more part then? Since you're saying that, do you think that would translate to the elite level? That's ultimately what I'm trying to say. Because look at it like this: for transgender men and transgender women, there's a ceiling on the upside. This is what I'm saying. So no, and actually, I don't want them separated either. I would love to find a way where everybody can compete comfortably.
So does that mean also that you're talking about cisgender men and women also competing? Because that would bring everybody into the arena together. That'll bring trans women head to head.
That's the thing. They would have to be able to compete. You know what I'm saying? Like they would really have to be able to compete. That's kind of my whole point. And I'm not saying nothing, but to kind of tie in what I'm talking about to whatever. To kind of tie what I'm talking about into like the main topic and like abuse of titles and pronouns. Like, and I'm not saying nothing other than asking a question. And it's a genuine question. Do you think that can translate into sports as far as like the abuse? Because Goddess said it in speaking about Flame and other transgender women that abuse the title.
Are we changing the topic or?
No, I'm saying I'm saying, do you think it would be a danger in sports? Do you think that it possibly can end up being something that can get abused in sports?
I'm sorry, sir. What is your name again? What's
Yellow?
your name?
You can call me Yellow. You can call me Yellow.
Well, Yellow. This is my problem. Let's stop going back and forth with each other and let's come up with a solution on how we can come together to fix the problem. Maybe that's the thing, because you're thinking one way and nothing that we say is going to change your mind or make you feel.
No. On the contrary. I'm always here to learn. Because I'm not asking from a place of like a solid answer. I'm asking genuinely to know what y'all think. I'm just kind of giving y'all.
Hold on.
You know what I'm saying?
I want to play something. Real quick. It's a minute or two long, and maybe
before you play, can I just say something about the whole question that you asked?
I didn't get to answer either, so we can wait in line.
Okay, yeah. I want to play this before everybody. I want to play this for everybody so that we don't have to continue to double dutch over and over and over again, and can just get straight to it. So let me run this real quick, and maybe this will inform the way that everybody is about to respond to the question of that. Copyright disclaimer. Hold on. Let me go to see. What's my fucking fair use at? Do y'all realize I've been at this shit since like literally I have been officially filming all day. I did my first live at the same time today, maybe about the Krishan Rock situation, and then we've been blasting since then. I've been at this shit all day long, honey.
That's why everybody internet slow. You stealing all the internet.
Let me see. What happened?
I say that's why everybody internet slow. You stealing all the internet, man.
Period. Period. Okay, let me read this fair use doctrine real quick and then let you play. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976 allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing, and this audio and visual is covered by fair use. All right, let's do it.
Some fronts, guys, you're sexist, and on some fronts, guys, you're a loser. It's the age-old question: who's stronger, a man or a woman? In today's HealthCast, local 10 medical specialist Dr. Ari Sofer looks at how girls may actually have one up on guys in a big way.
It's a question that goes back to the beginning of time. Who's stronger, men or women? What's mom? Looking good. It's something Brian Igawatu and his wife Kara battle over all the time, especially at the gym.
Brian and I make everything a competition. Everything.
Both are in great shape, but in the end, they both agree they've been brought up to believe men are the stronger sex.
Look at them. They're bigger, they're taller, they have a muscle mass.
Oh, definitely. Guys may have it on the outside, but
all right, so let's listen to this, and I gotta pause and play for the sake of commentating and fair use purposes. Okay, let's play.
Landmark research is showing that on the inside, women have got men beat badly.
There's a difference in the underlying structure of virtually every organ.
Take hearts, for example. Dr. Taylor took male and female pig hearts, nearly identical to the human heart, and stripped them of all cells so she could look at the basic structure.
The female heart, small, compact, toned.
Now the male heart, soft, loose, thin-walled, almost running. And then there are the stem cells. Women have far more stem cells, and they last a lot longer.
If my cells are better than your cells, would you want my cells in your heart to make it better?
Dr. Taylor's goal in all of this to harvest those superpowered stem cells that women have and inject them into men and women.
Oh shit! Now that's very
Okay, that's deep.
okay. Let's continue to listen, yeah.
Suffering from heart disease, kidney disease, diabetes, and more. And cure. Dr. Taylor says all these differences between male and female hearts, male and female stem cells, may explain why men die from heart disease so much younger than women. Which means, guys, we've got to work harder to stay as healthy. With your second opinion, I'm Dr. Ari Sofer.
And I have more bad news for guys that are also losing out in another way when it comes to preventing skin cancer. Statistics show that men over the age.
Okay, well, I don't know how much that provided, but
You got bad hearts and bad skin. That's cool. I can still beat all of y'all in basketball. Now what? No, I'm just playing.
One love.
But that is true. I agree with
think it
that
was
though.
Aries'
We is super unhealthy though. Yeah, that is true. I agree 100%.
I feel like it is like obviously it's not enough trans women for us to create or trans people in general for us to create an entire league for us, right? So like that's just not feasible. But the reality is that there are two different puberties that happen, and there are differences within that. Even though women's hearts, maybe from what they're saying, more like efficient is smaller, but there are things that having a bigger heart can lead to. It can give you more power. It can give you different, short spurts of things. Like smaller heart is better for like long running, but for like short bursts of speeds and different things like that. It's differences, like, right, that us trans women, we know very well, which is what makes us transition after male puberty, right? Like those are the things that make us dysphoric. Those are the things that make us feel like, unwomanly. This is why we have HRT. This is why we have certain things that we do. So I feel like it's kind of asinine for us to sit there and like be like, oh, well, there's no difference, because there is obviously a difference, right? Like, so I feel like the solution would go back to being like, we need to let trans people be trans kids and trans youth, and we need to let that happen. And to correct One Love when she said that puberty blockers were not reversible. That is not true. What I'm saying is puberty blockers are reversible when like if a kid at 12 start taking puberty blockers and they realize at 14 that, oh, okay, I'm not trans, I want to, continue my natal birth, they can get off the puberty blockers and their puberty will start back up from where it left off. So they can, be what they were born to be or whatever the case may be. But most trans children transition. They go through the transition, but they avoid going through, their biological transition. Puberty. So it's like that's all I was saying. Like we kind of have to go backwards for that. I feel like, for the girl who was swimming, like she transitioned a year and then wanted to start swimming with the women. That's just not feasible. Like Serenity said, her muscles weren't even broke down yet. You know what I mean? Like it's not, she did have an advantage. She does. Like that's just something we have to face and be honest with. She has an advantage. Okay, that doesn't mean that she's less of a woman. That doesn't mean, any of those things, but she has an advantage. We can acknowledge that and still move forward with, what we're saying. So, again, I think starting with the trans youth will kind of alleviate that problem going forward into the future. At least my thoughts. I'm done.
Okay. Anybody want to respond or expound to what Ari?
Oh, my name is Ari. I'm sorry.
Ari.
Like India Ari. So it's Ari.
Okay, Ari. Yes. Ari, you've been on my platform before.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Don't you work in the medical?
Yeah, I'm a nurse.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I remember.
Yeah, I transitioned going through nursing school. It was kind of, crazy, but it happened.
Okay, so I just want to answer the question. I'm not going to answer the Ari thing because I somewhat agree with her, but somewhat I don't. Okay, so I did my research and I've talked to people who have detransitioned, and I've also talked to people who have transitioned in their youth, meaning 12, 14, and 16, kind of like that age bracket. What we tend to do when we talk about transitioning, we tend to generalize, right? We tend to, and I find that with trans women and also with trans people, and I find that with cis people, we always generalize. We don't get in touch with lived experience and people who actually transition at a younger age, and we just assume like, yeah. So about the sports, I definitely think that if you transition past your puberty, you should not be in women's sports. That's my opinion, right? But if you transition while through puberty or beginning of puberty, yes, you are that sex, because trans people are getting surgeries at 18 years old, right? So when I said that you cannot detransition if you transition, what I meant to say, if you're medically transitioning at 18 years old, because that's when you legally could do surgery, right? So if you get your breast removed, right, and your voice drop when you are a female, your voice will never come back as a female because it's already dropped, right? And if you Google detransition female to male, their voice never came back, right? So that you can't. Oh, hold on. I never said all. I said most. So you don't. If you're trying to debate with me about it, I understand your debate, and you may be triggered or what I'm saying. But what I'm saying, I've done my research. When it comes to male transitioning into female, right? And you did your transition, meaning you're medically transitioned. I'm not talking about the trans people who have not medically transitioned, because y'all sit on this panel and said medically, it doesn't mean that you can still be trans or not. In sports, you have to medically transition to compete. Yes?
Yes.
So you can't say, oh, trans
Not always.
women, sir. If you're in sports, I'm not talking about the teeny boppers. I'm talking about college level. I'm talking about Olympics.
Yeah.
You have to be.
Did Leah Thompson have her surgery?
Yes, she was medically transitioned. You don't have to have a vagina to medically transition, sir.
Okay, just educate me. No, educate me on that. I don't know what you mean by. I'm
It's like my
elaborate.
voice just makes you just
I'm
burn
trying to
inside
no.
where you have to
I'm trying to
interject.
be less
3 other
misogynistic.
ladies
I'm just
spoke and you didn't say shit. But
because
when
I
I
like
spoke,
talking to
it's
you.
a problem. 3 other
No, I'm
women
asking the
on this
question. I'm
panel.
asking the question because I'm saying I ain't trying to interrupt. I'm genuinely asking.
She answered the question. Okay, continue, love.
Again, whenever we talk about competing, trans women has to medically transition in order to be in the sports field. Period. So when you have trans people say trans doesn't mean you have to medically transition in sports, it does matter. You have to be medically transitioned. So when it comes to detransitioning, that's a whole different topic of conversation. Depends on how far you medically transition. If you medically remove your balls, there's no coming back from moving your balls. If you remove your breasts ain't growing back again. So that's what I meant by you cannot detransition. You can just be a tomboy with no breasts, sure. Or you can be a woman with no breasts. If you're detransitioning back, sure. But we're not gonna play this. We're not gonna play these games where we're like, oh, you can't. There's different levels of detransitioning. One, and when it comes to sports, I agree with cis people. Trans people need to definitely have been transitioning at an age where they're same levels with cis women. I agree on that. We're not disagreeing. Leah Thomas should have never competed. That's my opinion. Point blank. But I still respect her. She shouldn't have competed because clearly, but because we live in a society where we say transitioning doesn't mean surgery, in sports, it does. That's all
Well,
I'm
it makes sense
No,
in the
it's
context.
hormonal levels. It's not
So,
It
surgery.
makes sense. It
I
makes
was gonna
sense
say,
in the context
that
of
is still medically transition. If you take one pill in your body, that's medically transition because you have to go through a step with your doctor in order to transition. They don't put you on a pill. You have to go through a lot of time and effort with your personal doctor to transition. If y'all transition the right way, y'all would know the fact that when a trans person is transitioning, she has to talk to her doctor before they give her a pill. They're not going to give her a pill. On Monday, she says she's trans, and then Tuesday, they give her a pill. No.
You're absolutely correct. I never said that they didn't have to medically transition. You just said that they had to have surgeries, and
No,
that's not true.
you're
The
trying to
whole
find me on
point
the
was of
detransition.
puberty. It was just puberty. I was talking about the youth. You're talking about 18, 19-year-old children. I mean, well, teenagers, but they're still adults that are making
They're not
decisions.
adults. When you're
19 to
under
18, you are an
18,
adult,
you're a youth.
sweetheart.
When you're under 18, you're a youth.
You cannot get surgeries in the United States of America until you're 18.
I said that. What did you?
Okay, so I
Okay.
said youth. I was talking about like children, 14. We were talking about puberty blockers. That's what I was talking about. I wasn't
No. I
talking
said
about.
medically transition people. It's harder to detransition medically transition people. So it doesn't matter what level you are on. If in different, remember, we're not talking about just America. We're talking about all over the world. Mexico, all over the world. We're not talking about just one generalizing one place.
Mhm.
America is not the world.
Okay.
So
And I
broaden your
also wanted to
brain.
make it clear, cross hormone therapy and puberty blockers are two different things as well, right? Like
We're talking about
again,
medically
puberty
people.
blockers, that's medically still. Puberty blockers only like holds puberty off. You don't have to be transitioned. I mean, you don't have to even be transgender to take puberty blockers. Like they make it for children who have pituitary
Yeah, but we're
issues,
talking
like where
about
they go through. Right, but like,
we're
can I
talking about
finish?
people who are
Like, just
20s.
Hold on. Allow Ari to.
I'm just saying, like with the puberty blockers, like that's what I was talking about. That just puts off puberty. That makes it to where you don't have to go through your biological puberty.
We are saying the
Like
same
that's
thing.
no, we're not saying the same thing because
We are
again, like
not
I said,
talking.
the
We are
people
not. The
there are
conversation was
children.
about trans women in sports. It wasn't about youth in sports. It wasn't about kids transitioning and being in
But
sports. We're talking about
they
young adults over 18. The conversation is about trans women and men over 18 in women's sports and men's sports. That's the conversation.
I
Do you
understand
not
what you
understand?
said, but I said what my solution was to start with the
Okay.
trans youth, right? Like that
And
was
I agree with
that was
you. I
my
agree with you.
solution.
And I totally
Okay.
agree with you. There's no pushback on my hands. That's all. We're saying the same thing. The basically what the question was that was asked about trans women and men in sports. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying trans women and men should not be in the sports if they transition at a later age. If you're younger, sure, because you're going to be at the same level as your cis male or cis female is at. I agree with you. I agree totally what you're saying.
But I think the only difference I was trying to make with you, because I feel like the way that you put it would scare parents away from even allowing their children to take puberty blockers because they're thinking, oh, well, this is permanent. This is like something that can't be, you know what I mean? And it's not. It's completely reversible.
No, I'm talking about.
Hold on. So that I can get some clarity. So are you saying that if a person starts puberty blockers, regardless of just being trans, if they just start taking puberty blockers at 13, that even if they would have stopped taking puberty blockers at 27, that they would start experiencing puberty?
Well, see, no, that's different. You
Okay,
only have a
then.
certain window. You have a certain window, but you can't take puberty blockers for that long, obviously. Like you're gonna have to make a choice.
But you just said.
I'm trying to be clear.
But you can take puberty blockers from 13. You can take them from like 12, 13, all the way up to like 15, 16. You can take puberty blockers that long to where they can make a decision, a knowledgeable decision to be like, this is what I want to go through. I want to go forth with this.
The best result for trans women who don't want to revert back to being a so-called man, they have to remove their balls. Right?
Oh my God.
Trans women are not being honest on the platform with you because they don't.
That's not true.
Hold up.
That's irreversible.
Hold up.
That's irreversible.
Hold up. Once your balls is removed, you ain't producing no more testosterone. You have to live on hormones for the rest of your life. Let's keep it real and 100. There's no revert. You're not.
So why are you mad?
But that's a surgery you have to take at 18.
Sorry.
Because I know that even when because I know that
okay with it.
I learned about that when I was studying the Jewish castration ritual is when I first learned that a male cutting off his genitalia or his balls definitely
not cutting mine.
So before a lot of trans women was doing SRS surgery, meaning the bottom surgery, the doctor would tell them, listen, the best way to fix your problem and you not messing up your kidney is removing your balls, right? So they go in and they just take out your balls because your balls produce testosterone. So what I'm trying to say,
that's not true. That's not true.
Hold on.
Okay, that's not true what you just said.
Okay, so do you know a trans woman that removed her, that did erectomy?
Yes, me.
Or ectomy.
No.
Sorry, erectomy. Sorry.
Sorry, me. No, I can only tell from when my doctor says it's not okay to remove the balls, and the reason why they say that is because they use all that.
But you have a vagina. They did remove your balls, right?
Yeah, they did.
Okay, so what do you say? What's your point?
It's not about that. She's trying to educate us, sis. Don't do that.
Yes, One Love, you're so aggressive.
I'm just trying to be.
Yes, you are, baby. You are very aggressive.
This is all going to be cleared by just allowing people to actually complete a statement. Ari, finish what you were saying.
So, she's talking about an orectomy, or orectomy. It's like basically removing the testicles, but that's something you have to do at 18. And they do put like silicone. They put silicone balls kind of inside so that the skin won't. No, that's true. Like they do that. They recommend that. They don't have to.
My balls is removed.
They don't have to. They don't have to.
I'm
but the skin will dry up. The skin will dry up. If you ever want to get a vagina, it will dry up.
Hold on, I want everybody to listen to me. This conversation and this information is very important, and it's not just about the people on the panel. So keep in mind that we're not just having a conversation for our sake. There are people who get to listen and hear both sides and hear all of this. So try not to just let's make the sparring make sense and not interject. We need to hear everything from everybody speaking.
I was just trying to make a point to what Serenity was saying when she said that her doctor said it's not healthy to remove them. What she was saying or referring to is like if you remove your testicles and you don't put like silicones or something that's going to keep that skin loose and keep that skin movable, if you want to get the SRS surgery, it's going to then restrict the skin that you have down there to get it, right? So like that's the point that she was making. But you most definitely can take testosterone blockers, but when it comes to the puberty blockers, that basically just puts off the puberty. They won't go through the male puberty, and we're talking about trans women, so I'm just going to keep it there. They won't go through the male puberty. They won't get the deepened voice. They won't get the enlarged heart. They won't grow as tall. They won't get the Adam apple, definition. They won't get a lot of the things. Their facial follicles will never grow. They won't get any of the things associated with male puberty. And you can take that up to 16, 17 to where you're able to make that decision to cross, to do your hormone cross therapy, where you start taking the female hormones and then you can then transition over, which that's irreversible. So that's what she's talking about. That's irreversible, but you can't make that decision in America. In other places, you can make it a little bit earlier, but in America, you can't make that decision until you're about 17, 18. So I just want for parents to realize that it is safe if you have a trans child to let your child be on puberty blockers and let them decide, to let them have their childhood and not worry or be dysphoric with their own body. So that's the only point I was just trying to make.
Okay, well, my point about the whole transition and the balls removing, I've removed my balls at 20 years old and I'm in my 30s, late 30s. So there was no extra skin, because basically if the doctor would ask you if you want to save some of your sperms and if you want to produce kids, so if you want to save some of your sperms, you can do that option. And where I live, they don't cut off your balls literally. They literally slice the skin and take out the balls and sealed it. And seal basically where you're going to produce testosterone. They seal it so you don't do it anymore, right? And later on, you can get a vagina, right? Because then they're going to use the balls lips to make a vagina lips for you. So I've been living without my balls for over 15 years, right? So what I'm trying to say to the people on the panel is, I'm not producing testosterone, right? So basically, all my hormones that I'm producing, I have to take a pill. That's the hormones that I still have to be taking. So basically, I'm taking the same pill a person with an SRS surgery is taking, right? I don't need to take a blocker anymore. I don't need to take any blockers anymore. This is for someone who's medically transitioned over 18. This is not for kids. This is not a kid's conversation right now. What I'm saying is that you don't need to put a little balls in there just to keep it occupied. No. It's just an extra skin. It's a perfect way to tuck if you are a tucker. And most trans girls do that step than rather taking the full step of getting your vagina. So you have two trans people here, one with a vagina and one with no balls. I'm not sure what the other two, because they never disclosed.
Oh my God.
So I didn't even know that there are trans women who remove the testicles but retain the rest of the equipment.
Because most of them who are trying to have this conversation, they're trying to live their life, and I respect that. But there's other trans women who are open about their.
So, baby, are you saying that your skin is the exact same before you had your orectomy? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because when I'm ready to get my vagina, right, they're gonna make the lips. The
so
labia.
That skin is still sagging with nothing.
No, I don't have a saggy. I never really have a saggy balls in the beginning.
So your scrotum is gone, right?
What's
the scrotum?
No,
the sac, right?
No, it's not gone.
The
balls is gone.
Okay.
The balls that's inside of you depends, because remember, you have to understand everyone is different. We cannot be generalizing. Everyone has a
If you have
soggy
big balls or
balls.
small balls?
I'm small.
Okay.
Is that answer your
Okay.
question?
That makes a difference.
Right,
That makes
right,
a complete difference. Like I said,
right.
that's going to make your surgery harder. I'm not saying that
No,
it's
it's
impossible.
no. That's what because
Okay.
what happened is the blockers affect your kidney when you are older. Did you know that?
I'm not talking about that, sweetheart.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I
No, I'm just trying
know.
to educate
Yeah.
conscious, kind of making because he was asking me.
Orthectomy is safe.
I
I'm not saying it's
appreciate it.
unsafe or something's
You're
wrong with it.
welcome.
I was just defending Serenity's point of when she said that that's not
There's some
necessarily
tension here. I don't know
how they
why. There is
said.
some type of like. There's like some
No,
type
there
of.
isn't.
I
I
don't
love
know.
No,
Harry.
because she really
No,
be coming for people. She doesn't.
No,
She kind of
no,
Well,
be
let me.
kind of
I'm about to
but
bring
cutting
I
that
people
up.
off.
apologize. I
no,
apologize
sis, calm
if
down.
I'm coming
We're
off
in this together.
aggressive.
Let's not fight with each other.
I
I'm just
apologize if I'm coming off aggressive, but I'm not. I'm just passionate
That's
about
how one love is.
some.
That is the one love energy.
Right.
that's
So all the cis
It's
women
all
in the
love,
comment
though.
section, see, I keep the same energy.
But one love, let me ask you this: like, when was the
Not
last
with
time?
Flame Monroe.
Oh God.
I was
Right.
about to say flame.
Not.
Oh my God,
What's your
sister.
question?
So I have a question. When was
well,
the last time you got off?
So basically, it's the same as a person with a vagina. You still orgasm, right? You don't spray cum out of you anymore. Just like if you're on hormones, the blockers block your sperms, right? Some, not all. But for me, it may be like a liquid, but it's not like a sperm's liquid. It's more uh like a clear liquid, but it's not
Your
like
prostate produces it.
right. It's not like a sperm's like it's
Like
not like
pre-com?
that. It's right. It's basically like something like that.
Is it
But
satisfying?
right. Do you guys get it?
No, I don't. I want to know: is it satisfying? Because
Oh yes. You still basically remember you still get turned on by your breasts, right? You still get turned on by someone going down on you. You still get turned on by someone eating your booty. So yeah, you still orgasm, but it's
I
just like you
couldn't
just don't shoot a
listen.
cum.
I couldn't imagine like losing my explosion. You
Well,
know,
that's that's dysphoria, but that's dysphoria for other trans women, right? So some trans women don't like to see their penis, and some do. So it's all a spectrum when it comes to your body parts and what comes out of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, all I can say as a woman, I love my vagina. I wouldn't trade it for nothing in the world. After my surgery, I was like, oh my God, how could they keep this from me all these years? I mean,
okay, let me ask you this.
I
Since
love
we're getting
that.
dirty, are you a creamer or a squirter?
I would say a creamer because like when you're having sex or whatever, and your man is like a regular woman, and he's playing with her clitoris, and as he penetrate her, that's gonna make you get wet, and it's gonna turn you on. It's gonna make you have like an awesome orgasm. I don't look at it no differently. It's the same thing. It's just ain't no baby coming out with it.
Is it wrong to say I want to try it out?
Excuse me?
No.
No,
He wants to try your vagina.
A reckless
I'm married.
A reckless is a creamer like when he getting done in his buns, he creams.
You better work.
All right. He said,
I'm married, and I only had my husband.
Shut up,
inside.
bitch.
That's it.
Facts.
So sorry.
So okay. So let me switch up a little bit here. Yellow pill.
Yeah.
I knew that was
I don't know what I got to add to the conversation after that. I don't even know what I got to add. I'm gonna be straight up with you.
So this is my question for you, and I'm about to ask you you're probably. I feel like even if you could answer this question honestly, you probably wouldn't do it in this way. But
Nope.
I still am going to
come on with it. Fuck it. Come on with it.
I still am going to shoot. I still ask my question.
Get ready.
So like, I don't as a man, as a cis hetero man, you are attracted to females. Since females also have a gender identity and a gender expression, and they also show up and present as whatever that is. Like, I don't understand how straight men cannot be attracted to trans women. Like, I don't understand how there cannot be a sexual and or like whatever's afforded to cis women. I don't understand why, like how, because if you like trans women are, their gender identity and gender expression is woman, and they show up like woman. And so if you come across a trans woman, right, who is your type, maybe you don't even know she's trans, but you see her, she's your type, cute, pretty, great personality, etc. Like, and then you come to know that she's a transgender woman. Who was that? Before I get to you, a yellow pill. Who was that? Queen Tulsa.
Kale.
Kale. Oh, that's
They play Oprah.
You know what? He's giving. He's giving. He's serving. He looks like a 90s black woman. That's amazing. Wow, that's fucking hilarious. Okay, Queen, take it down. Yellow pill. So what happens in that scenario? You actually meet a woman that is your type, that you would totally take home, you will hook up with, but then you find out she's trans. Like, what's the problem exactly? And let's say that you're like, you just want to hook up tonight. You're not looking for a wife. You ain't looking for nobody to have your child. You're looking to hook up and to just have a good time. What exactly is the I don't understand.
Okay, so I see Con's trying to get me canceled tonight, so let's do it. All right. I say for me personally,
you're not gonna.
I wouldn't. No, if she was, aesthetically appealing, and I talked to her, I wouldn't think it was nothing wrong with her, but at the same time, I wouldn't be intimate with her.
Why?
Simply just, in all fairness, I can't, because I know how she was biologically born, I guess. I'm trying to, I'm trying to say it. I'm trying to say it in the fairest way.
It's a mind thing.
It's not really a mindset either.
Hold on. Before, because look, I will take this panel down and just talk to Yellow One. I want keep in mind, okay, this is, we have been socialized like a motherfucker to be the way that we are, and things that we have in our head are real to us. They've been given to us and recycled back to us every day, our whole fucking lives. So that's why we call it the work. And if somebody would challenge their mind and deal with undoing all of that, that does not come overnight. That does not come from being on a panel for half an hour. That does not come from even it's work. We have been there. Queer people, trans women, trans men are still undoing this conditioning, and they have made the leaps and the bounds. So that's why I find the question interesting to pose to Yellow Pill. And so now, Yellow Pill, what you have just admitted is that now you have a mental block up. So my question now to you is, I know that's where your mind would go, and that's what you would allow to inform you about what to do next, is whatever is in your mind. But are you also comfortable with knowing that it's just a mental block, but that there but that there is no like substantive reason to not move forward into the experience. It's literally because you're even recognizing that it's just something I have in my head.
I mean, yeah, but I wouldn't far as say it's like a mental block for me. Now I get that some people can. I get that some cis men could. You know what I'm saying? Explore past that further, but I know what I'm attracted to because I would look at it in
Why I
other
say that
ways.
is because you did before you knew, you did not know, and you had no problem, and you were going to move forward until you were provided that information. So
Right.
that makes your stop sign a completely mental one because everything else was a go until what you knew.
Well, no, because if who I'm approached by is identifying as a woman, then I'm gonna assume that I'm gonna assume she's a cisgender woman. If she looking like how I like her to look. So when I see her, that's what I'm going to react to. But once I find out, you know what I'm saying, that she is a transgender woman, then no, because I mean, it's just I can't. It's just that because I know that was. Oh, wait! I know that was a man at one point.
What's your number?
What you mean? What's my number?
Let's have a talk.
What?
Let's have a talk.
Now we ain't got nothing to talk about.
If you don't take off your sex line voice, Tosa, okay.
Well, can I ask you this? So the trans woman, are you saying if she still have her male parts or she have female parts?
She has had yet.
No,
period.
No, period. No.
I'm gonna clarify the hypothetical. She has had the reassignment surgery and all. I mean, she is totally yellow pills type, and it's a go. And then everything go, and then she discloses that I'm trans. And
if I have went through the changes and I am a woman now, meaning that I have to get a pap smear, I have to check for certain things that's going on, just like a woman. I'm not fit to be engaging with you in no conversation about, oh, you know, I used to be a man. I mean, I don't understand.
Well, not that conversation, but the conversation of I'm trans. I'm a trans.
Well, yeah, even saying that I'm a trick because just for me, I can't speak for nobody else. But once I have went through all them changes, I'm not looking at myself as a trans woman anymore. I'm looking at myself as a woman. So when a lot of guys approach me, and I have to tell them that I'm married, they want to invite me to their bedroom. The first question they're not asking me, excuse me, do you used to be a man? They just see that cat and they want to play. And that's just it. I just don't understand these things about men saying, oh, well, if I knew or if I didn't know. I mean, if I still had my male genitalia, then of course I have to tell you because you're expecting to see a vagina. But if I'm coming to you into your bedroom with a vagina, I'm not just to engage you in no conversation about what I used to be 50 years ago.
Well, Yellow,
I completely understand.
That was commentary. I hope you didn't take offense to that.
No, I completely understand that. But I'm asking from the perspective of the cis hetero man, and he's dealing with the trans woman who is his type in personality, his type in intellect, his type aesthetically, and then she discloses her preference that she is trans, and then he can't move forward because of what his brain then starts downloading into him. And I want to challenge you because this is the thing for me. Like, I'm not accustomed to dildos and vibrators and strap-ons, right? Like, that's just not my personal stilo. But I have been hit on by masculine, same gender loving women, and I have been hit on by trans men and hit on by masculine presenting females and masculine presenting trans men that were my type. And I'm thinking that, like, for sure, if like a trans man could have the level of surgery that could reconstruct the situation and it really emulate what I'm accustomed to, there would be nothing stopping me from hooking up, like, and because I'm versed, but there would be nothing keeping me from bottoming for that trans. Like, I don't, and the fact that trans women can actually assimilate even to more of a level than trans men can, like, they can literally have reconstruction and really body that, even like have the orgasm as Serenity was saying, the vagina can cream, can skeet, can squirt, etc. I've seen the documentaries of women who have had the surgery and they're learning how to orgasm from their vaginas, etc. Like, so I'm just like, I don't understand for a man, like, you attracted to women, like you are genophilia. I think that's genophilia is a term. Genophilia attracted home, because I want to get these terminologies motherfucking right. Genophilia.
Yeah, I think that's it.
You are, so I want to make
I've been doing a little study.
These clinical terms. Genophilia. Hold on, wait a minute.
Gynophilic, I think it is. Gynophilic.
Hold on for a minute. Okay, so yeah, so you are a cis hetero man, and you are a genophilic. You're attracted to femininity. You have woman. You have trans women. They have assimilated to the femininity. You attracted. I don't understand. I don't understand the point of not moving. I really don't understand. I don't understand why. Because it don't make sense to me. I mean, I know what's in your mind. I know that. But I'm just like, I don't know, like, as a man, I don't know, like, don't you want to have full access? Like, don't you want to be able to just hook up with a woman if you are attracted? Don't you want to, like, you don't want to, I don't know, you don't want to unpack that and just be like, shit, I meet a beautiful woman on the beach. I go to Miami with the boys. I hook up with a beautiful woman. We have a good time. She wears me the fuck out. And that's that. And if I learn that she's trans, who really gives a fuck? I had a great experience with this woman. She rocked my fucking world. And her being trans didn't keep her from being able to satisfy me, to meet my needs, whatever the case may be, blah, 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 blah. Like, my body doesn't know the difference, obviously. Like, and this is why so many men are applying pressure to, so many cis hetero men are applying pressure to trans women to disclose, because their bodies don't know the difference. Their bodies can't differentiate between the experience of a cis female's body and cis woman's body. So they're like, y'all tell us, because there's nothing else that really would keep them from not moving forward, unless it was the trans woman disclosing that information. So I'm just saying that if everything is green light, then what is there to stop you, really? Like, if you know you could move forward and this is going to be your type,
see, now we talking about something else. Are we talking about just smashing, or are we talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about just hooking up. Like, we're just talking about. So we're talking about hooking up, but then the same thing. If you start courting a woman and you're looking for a wife and you're looking to start a family, the same thing would apply to the trans woman, because it would be just like you dating a cis woman who has fertility issues and she can't conceive conventionally, and she would break that news to you at whatever point in time in the relationship she felt comfortable. Like there's no trans issue that is unique enough that you won't find a cis
have
woman.
two wives up here right now. You have two
I
trans.
I hear all of that. Okay, but if we're gonna do it, let's be fair. I would agree with you on one end. Logistically, I don't see why heterosexual men can't sleep with transgender women. I don't. It's logistically it'll work. However you want to put the pieces of the puzzle together, you make it happen, right? Personally, I'm not, because I guess you have to just say my preference is cisgender male. I'm cisgender women.
Okay.
Let me try to catch me up. Shut up. Let me try to catch me up. Come on, now. It's late. It's 4:30 in the morning. No, y'all know what I'm saying. Like, I put it out there. Look, y'all happy. No, but no, like, you know what I'm saying? My preference would be cisgender female. You know what I'm saying? So I guess that would just be me kind of going against what I prefer. You know what I'm saying? However, here's where it does get kind of sketchy when you're talking about relationship wise, right? I would want to have my child biologically with my wife. That's just what I would prefer. That wouldn't be able to happen with a transgender woman.
Surrogacy. There are options.
That's why.
That's exactly why I said biologically.
No. But that's why I lace the situation with that is not a unique issue for trans women. The woman you're looking to marry can have fertility issues and have issues conceived and not be capable of providing children in that conventional way. That's not. So what are you saying, that you would also not further the relationship to a cis woman if you found out that she could not conceive in that way?
I mean, me personally, no, because I got kids already. So I would just as well not have one, period.
Let's move the goalposts.
Let's have a preference.
But how can you have a... I don't...
Let's get Conscious Cash App. Can we get a cash app? We've been working. We've been here for 3.5 hours.
Can I get a cash app?
We had a show earlier.
This person in the comments, Maya Skies, you can see original birth certificate. It says female. Even if you FBI me, it's gonna say female. And you're talking about the voice. Women have male voices too. So what are you talking about? Make it make sense.
Now come through.
Conscious, you have to definitely invite some guys who are actually trans attracted, because a lot of straight men are attracted to us, and there's two wives on the panel who their husband are attracted to them because they are women, right? So when we have this notion of inviting a man who don't see trans women as women, and you ask them these questions, they're not going to agree with you, because that would basically defeat the whole purpose of them saying they are straight men, right? Because they shame other men who are attracted to us.
No, I didn't say nobody else. I didn't say nobody else. Let me turn the question on you real quick. Why you got that same thought in your head? Is there nobody you would sleep with? You would sleep with anybody?
Well, I wouldn't sleep with you, obviously.
I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about
you just said
any
anybody.
orientation. What I'm saying is, you know what I mean.
For me, I like men who are attracted to trans women because they're used to our bodies and they're not ashamed of our bodies, and we're both turned on, and we have great sex. I'm not in the business of trying to turn out or trying to convince a man to sleep with me because I'm trans. I'm attracted to transgendered men. I'm attracted to men who are attracted to trans women.
So basically, you're saying you wouldn't sleep with nobody you're not attracted to, then, right?
No, I never said that. I said I'm attracted.
I'm just saying, are you gonna sleep with somebody you're not attracted to, though?
No, allow me to clear.
That makes no sense. I don't have a type.
Please,
okay, so you sleep with anybody?
Yes.
No, I wouldn't sleep with
allow me to clear this up. Okay, so allow me to clear this up. She wasn't saying as in him directly. What she was saying, as in one love, now correct me if I'm wrong, you probably gonna do that anyway. But what she was saying is that when you invite someone a straight man who's obviously has not verbally said or made it a known thing that is not attracted to trans women, you are inviting violence, as in verbal violence, or you're inviting
Okay,
You're
so let
inviting
me.
people
Okay,
to be
hold on.
insulting. That's
Okay,
basically what
excuse all that. Let me clarify what the fuck I'm actually doing here, regardless of how the hell it's being interpreted. Is I'm asking.
Not you. I'm talking about her.
I'm asking what I'm asking. First of all, I ain't never got to prove my intention because that shit is fucking clear.
Right.
I'm fucking bored for one. So I'm asking a genuine question because the reality is, and that's why I even preferenced my question the way that I did when I said that even if you were going to be honest, you probably wouldn't do it in this forum for the obvious reasons. But to Yellow Pill's point, even the way he answered that was not violent and shaming anybody else. He's literally speaking from his perspective. He's not shaming trans attracted men. He's not shaming trans women for being women. He's not downing and subtracting from anybody else. He's talking from his perspective. But I find it fascinating to challenge cis hetero men on this issue, because we've had this whole conversation breaking down gender and sex, and we know that even cis females have a gender identity and a gender expression. With that being the case, that woman is a social construct, and to Yellow Pill's point, he has a type. That means that there are attributes outside of biology that construct his type of woman, because to his point, not just attracted just for the hell of being attracted to a woman, to a female because she's female. He's not attracted just for the sake of the fact that, okay, she's female. He also has a type that is constructed. A female who's building upon her womanhood, whatever the hell that looks like in terms of it being his type. A trans woman could easily already be in existence that is his type in all that ways, whatever type of woman he's looking for. And
but he doesn't see trans women as women. So how can trans be in that category?
So let me ask you this question, Yellow Pill. Okay, so do you know? So you listen to us all the time. We do not use, well, not all the time. We don't use female and woman interchangeably. We also establish that woman is a social construct.
Okay.
Is a social construct, and male and female are biology. So, do you see trans women as women?
Yeah. I mean, no, I'm saying no. No, I do. One, because they're women. Say you're a woman, you're a woman. I'm gonna tell you not.
But do you really understand what we mean by the difference between female and woman?
Oh yeah, that's why I'm sitting here like, what's okay? That's what I want to pick up. Because nah, y'all ain't finna get me. I'm saying right now. I ain't finna clip this up. Not y'all. I know. Okay, so female, which one is biological? Like
female and male have to do with sex, biological sex, and man and the woman are the social constructs, like black woman, Islam woman, conservative woman, tall woman, short woman. That woman is all of the other things that we attach to the canvas, that we assign to the canvas in terms of societal roles, gender roles. All of that shit becomes the social construct that provides gender identity and gender expression to both males and females. That we give womanhood, the culture of woman, to females, the culture of man to males, and then obviously trans persons are assimilating to that culture that we assign to male and females.
Okay. I'm with it. So if that's the
Because,
case,
like, hold on, because, like, for example, right, you are a born male, and you identify as male. Your gender identity and expression is man. So, and you lived in a society, right, that attached the culture of man to you. You wore male clothing. You participated in male spaces. You did whatever was considered men to do in this system. And womanhood, girlhood, etc., was assigned to your sisters. They did what girls do. They wore barrettes, they wore dresses, they played with Barbie dolls, they did ballerina, whatever the hell it is that this classism system was established. Okay, so I forgot what the hell I was even going with breaking that down to your ass, but yes,
I got it. No, I got it. I got it. Full on. Then if the question is, do I believe that trans women are women? Then 100%.
Okay.
I 100% do.
And you date women, so that's why I asked you what would
Now
keep
I know
you dating
I'm finna change everything I say now. I date females.
But we just established that even females adapt to.
Yeah, but his preference is female,
but that
guys.
just confirms,
Preference
like,
is not male.
female.
But listen, I want to thank him for that, because that just
Yeah,
confirms.
that's good.
that,
Thank
you know,
you.
he loves women, and he can acknowledge.
Female.
Okay, those are
No,
trans-
females.
No, you ain't get me this time. I like cisgender females. Now I'm learning. Now what?
Break it down, Conscious.
Only like female.
Wait. He just challenged One Love and asked her. So do you just date anybody? Because he's even establishing that as a cis hetero man, he's not also only attracted to female. He has an actual type. Whatever that type is a social construct. Is birthed out of social construct. And so he's saying, I don't date simply females. I also date women. Since trans women are.
You didn't say that. You never said that, Conscious. You never said that. The man said he only likes and prefer females. He thinks trans women are women.
I'm listening now. I'm on top of all of that. I ain't going.
Hold up. Conscious. He said he thinks trans women are women, but his preference is female, which he's entitled to his preference. As long as his
he's entitled. I'm just entitling myself to challenge him on.
Yeah, but he said he likes female. He's never gonna admit it. Come on, you know that.
Well, that's why I said earlier that I understood that even if I was gonna take my shot anyway. That even if if it was possible that he was bold enough and
he ain't gonna be that bold.
And in his truth enough that he would.
These double D's ain't gonna fool him. He likes female. Leave that man alone.
Yeah.
Leave that man alone.
I like the organic. I like the organic mixed squishies. I'm sorry. I'm just saying I like them organic. I like the organic mixed squishies. Okay, for real.
So you're saying that ours are not organic?
I mean, no, they custom. Let me put it like this: they custom. They're better. They're custom because you got to pick them. You got to pick them. You got to pick yours. They custom. And females get to pick theirs too.
I gotta mute you because I want to help you. You literally got One Love agreeing. That means you won.
Exactly.
That means you won. That means you won. Okay, so you don't. Anything you say now is going to fuck up your progress. Fuck up what just concluded and agreeing. So just think about it. Okay, I'm just.
Mia, do me a favor. Mia, do me a favor. Please go to our last live, please, baby. And then you can catch back up to what the hell we got going on.
But I will respect the fact that he said as for me personally, as long as straight cis people can say trans women are women, because that's killing trans black cis people. And I don't care if you're not attracted to us sexually, because there's plenty of people who are attracted to trans people sexually, right? And I don't care about that. If your preference is female, then by all means, then I respect that. I commend you to live your life, but please don't bash me in the process. That's all I'm saying.
Oh no! And my thing is this: I'm pretty sure. Look, like I said, my eye, and this is what I'm gonna say. This is gonna be some honest truth. My eyes and my brain gonna tell me to see what I see. If it's fine and attractive, it's fine and attractive. You know what I'm saying? What's underneath the surface is we'll deal with that later. But I'm pretty sure I didn't. Hey, look, if you find it attractive, you find it attractive. That's how the brain works.
Conscious,
you know what I'm
got
saying?
your answer.
Yeah, how the hell
So, no, I'm saying like I'm talking about just like visually. I'm just talking about visually, like straight up, like visually. Right? It's visually like no. I'm saying like it's.
No, but that's
if I see you, it might change. It might go differently afterwards, but I'm not gonna tell you ain't attractive. Shit, what you look like a woman.
No, but the thing is that okay. Let me just step in. Let's just call a spade a spade. I'm here. I'm about to cause a little ruckus.
I'm a brain
But here's the
surgeon.
thing.
I go in for the deep dive. I like.
No, this dope though. This dope.
Not
gonna lie.
And get into the psyche.
No, but here's the thing though. Like, I think the thing is that what Conscious is saying. I'm just gonna reiterate is that when you see this particular person, you have no idea that they're trans. And let's just go to basic to simple terms, because y'all make it about your genitalia. Your dick get hard, okay? But the thing is about it is that your body is telling you one thing, but however, once you find out that the person is trans, then all of a sudden everything just disappears and goes away. And then when we started to actually dig into, okay, why? The first thing that came up is that, I want to have children. But here's the thing. The only reason I challenge that only because simple fact of when men come in contact with women who are biological females who cannot have children organically, they find different reasons or different ways. So
I said that I articulated all
and he moved the goalpost and said he doesn't mind if a cis person cannot have kids because he has kids already. So he moved the goalpost for cis people, but not for trans.
No, I mean, okay. This is the issue with that though. If we gonna look at that whole situation, let's look at it too. Like people do find alternate situations. But let me see if I get this right. In cisgender marriages, that tends to be a reason for divorce as well.
True.
Thank you for respecting my pronouns, me. I really appreciate it.
Is what? The fertility thing?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
But I mean,
I know a couple of
you
girls
had
like
already. But that's why I asked you. I wasn't talking to the world of men, and you had already stated that if it was a cisgendered woman in that situation, that wouldn't be a deal breaker for you because you already have children. So once again, that made space for a trans woman to show up in your experience and to be chosen and to be chosen because there's nothing but the bullshit that exists in your head and it's dumb because we're grown. And why are we like if we know something is literally just mental, but we're having this like sentient human experience, we know how we feel in this moment, like our experience is showing up the way that it is. All the other science is activated, just like Reckless said, your dick is hard, the blood is rushing, like the science is activated. There's only this thing that is in your brain, and it's really stupid because when you even break down your own attraction, you have so you just say you're attracted to cisgender women, but you also are okay with cis women not even having some of the conventional abilities of a natural born woman, like being able to give birth. That's why you said that would not be a deal breaker if you met a cisgendered woman who couldn't give birth. Okay, cool. So you don't even need. So then, because this is what I really want to say about the the cis and trans thing.
Mm-hmm.
The reality is,
Get into it.
the trans men and women are the basis, like they are the psychic version of what cis male and females are. Like if all of us as cisgendered people on this panel remove all of the physical and we only existed in our conscious. Somebody is at the, hold on, somebody is.
That's how I made with this for.
No, it ain't that. It's late. See. If we as cisgender people remove our bodies, like yellow pill, how would you know that you were male without the body? How would the cis women on the panel know they were female without the body? It's easy for us as cisgender people to know that we know because we have the body conveniently to reference the fact that we are in fact male and female. If all of your anatomy was removed and you only existed as a conscious, what would you be using? If sex, because sex would have to exist like everything else in the created world, there is a non-physical version of it that existed first, because the non-physical produces everything in the physical. That means that whatever sex is exists psychically first, and then it moves into constructing a body that aligns, etc. So, but we're also living in a flawed universe that doesn't always create accordingly like anything else that's goddamn created. People say God don't make mistakes. Well, then explain deaf people, explain blind people, explain deformities, explain autism, explain mental retardation, explain birth defects, explain all of the other medical anomalies that exist. Okay, so I don't want to hear the God don't make mistakes shit. Okay, all I know is that the universe doesn't always operate in these patterns, always, that sometimes interesting things and unique things happen. We know that because medical anomalies, scientific anomalies are given birth to. So when it comes to trans men and women, I feel like unfortunately they're having the burden of trying to convince everyone else of something that exists non-physically, but what they're trying to explain exists psychically for all of us. It's just that us as cisgender people have a body to double down on as a receipt to affirm their gender. Trans people just don't have that luxury, but they're not experiencing anything unique, because we all would be experiencing what trans people are experiencing if we didn't have the body to visually reference. So what would this look like? How would I know that I'm male? How would you know that you're female if you did not have a body to rely on? That is that a feeling? Is sex a knowingness? It would have to be in some way, because what the hell else are trans people experiencing when they say that I know this is something that I know? And because I'm a metaphysician, of course you know. Of course this is psychic knowledge of yourself, and you just have the burden of not existing in the body that is aligned with that psychic knowledge. And cisgender people have the luxury or having the experience of a body that aligns with their psychic understanding of themselves. But, and I forgot what the fuck I went down that goddamn rabbit hole, because that was a part of something that I was trying to pull back in. But nonetheless, okay, yeah. So then, when it comes to this whole attraction, trans attracted thing, woman.
Can I ask some questions? Because I feel as if maybe y'all are asking the wrong questions, and I think I know where his head is at. If you all don't mind,
I think so too. Because I'm thinking we all just spirits now. If I'm just an essence floating around, then I don't give a damn where I land in. If that's the case, you know what I'm saying? If it's just a glow somewhere, then let's do it. Shit.
But to your point, that's very fascinating that you say that, Yellow Pill, because most of us do believe we are a soul. Most of us do believe that we are a spirit having a human experience. Most of us do believe that our consciousness transcends our body and that the real self survives death and survives the destruction of the flesh. Most of us believe in an existence beyond the human reality and in dimensions beyond the human reality, and sometimes experience that shit in real time when we astral project, when we have psychic experiences, when we have near-death experiences. There are, when we see ghosts, when we see spirits, when we see the deceased, when supernatural paranormal things take place that affirm that there is something, there's other natures to reality and layers of nature. So to your point, yes, when I think of myself, the first thing I'm aware of is not that I'm a man, not that I'm queer, not that I'm cisgender, not that I'm black, not that I'm a nigga, but the fact that I am a spirit. That's what I'm aware of first and foremost. I can feel as I'm existing in a body that sometimes my consciousness can be separate and dualistic to my body. My mind can be somewhere else while my body is doing one thing and my thoughts are elsewhere. That I'm aware of my own compartmentalization as a result of being a spirit in a body. That there's body consciousness and then there's consciousness that exists beyond. But because we are three-part beings, we're soul, we're spirit, and we're body, there's all this information sharing this space. Body information, spirit information, soul information is all being processed simultaneously. So we are aware we have a body, we are aware we're not a body, and then that's why I appreciate the trance phenomenon even showing up, because it's a reminder that when we attempt to get to the root of human existence, we have no choice but to really realize that we are spirits. That's ultimately what's happening at a basis. Everything else is just relative to the earth plane, our jobs, our nationality, our race, etc. But the trans phenomenon and unpacking sex and gender forces us to the bottom line of a bottom line of a bottom line of a bottom line. And at the bottom line of all of it is I'm spirit. I'm not just a black man. That, like, for instance, like when I pray and I go into my devotions and my worship, in that space, in that spiritual space, I don't exist as anything but spirit. I'm not a man. I'm not black. I'm not gay. I'm not American. All of my human existence is dissolved in my spaces with the divine. When I am in communion, when I am praying and meditating, when I have my time to connect to that self, there's no earthly feature of that self. There is a oneness and a space that I'm existing in beyond all of this 3D and form, etc. If we all, so bringing it back to the trance phenomenon, if we know we're spirit, and some of us just have the convenience of having a body that affirms certain knowledge. Certain people don't have that luxury, but at the end of the day, we're all spirit. Then that means that everything beyond what we can scientifically prove is a social construct. I mean, we're all a social construct on this panel. Like, all of us are social constructs. Like trans people are not the only people having this experience. They're not the only people who have the psychic knowledge. Like, we all would be dealing with whatever trans people are dealing with and trying to figure out if we did not have these bodies. If Lady T existed in a male body, if Logic existed in a female body, if Yellow Pill existed in a female body. I mean, it's just kind of weird that we live in that people consider themselves to be spiritual, and we have spiritual ideas and beliefs we're a Christian and we open up the spiritual book, and then you have trans people explaining something that clearly is spiritual in nature and is the case for all of us, that, I don't know, we also make that about just something else. Like we make it about, I don't know, we isolate it to this trans folk.
Mm-hmm.
And we also don't see like the beauty in what the journey of understanding transgenderism or even non-gender conformingness is. Even non-gender conforming, like I feel like these are like hyper spiritual. This is a hyper spiritual community of people who are literally like given the task of reminding mankind that we're all a kind of man, a kind of being, that like to remind the human of the being part. That yes, I'm human, but I'm a being. I'm being human. I'm a being that's being human, but to not get fixated into the form. Like non-gender conforming people scare the living shit out of the dominant class because they destroy the social construct altogether. And that's where we are building our confidence in. That's like we are attempting, because we're so scared of life, because we're so scared to actually be the mystery, we actually rely on what we perceive as empirical data to support our fragile sense of security in life. Like, okay, no, I need this to be black and white and black and white and black and white. It's like, you can make it as black and white as you want to, baby. Because for as everything that is scientifically proved, there is still spiritual reality. There's still spiritual nature. And no amount of trying to make it all black and white and rely on the convenience of the black and white is going to remove the fact that human nature is happening within the confines of spiritual nature as well. And then being bold enough to stay spiritual minded. Like, being aware that I'm borrowing the body, but I'm not isolated to it. That I'm not the body. I use the body. I objectify a body. I have my mobility in a body, but I'm not the body. Some of us have forgotten that we're not the body. We have forgotten that we're not just human. We've forgotten that. And the trans, and I completely understand from a spiritual context why the trans movement needed to happen, why the gender identity movement needed to happen in America, because America has gotten so fucking dense and material and left-brained and masculine in its thinking and scientific that it's now we're seeing the effects of identifying so strongly with the material plane. It's causing us to usher in what's the term I'm looking for? It's causing us to lack a humanity. It's causing for us to be anti-human. That's why we're seeing a rise in violence, a rise in mass shootings. We're already at 400 mass shootings in half a year, which typically we accumulated over a year span. We're now accumulating that in half the fucking time. That there's an increase in death. There's an increase in all of this. And it's primarily for the reason of we're slowly tiptoeing away from the spiritual nature. And then the universe is trying to assist these mechanical left brain ass systems like the West in recalibrating and coming back into balance, because we're losing balance. And there's a deeper wisdom that the trans community and the non-binary community and the gender conversation is trying to get us to latch on to, that's beyond fighting over restrooms and fighting over men and fighting over who gets to be a gatekeeper. We're missing even the deeper implications of why this is happening at this time in our society. Big time. And it's to remind us, can we let go of some of it? Can you all be reminded that the body is for relative use? And could you let go of some of this materiality and not live off bread alone, as Yahshua said 2,500 years ago? Because death is going to come unto man intellectually and spiritually, etc., if he attempts to live off of the material plane alone and only see himself as a material thing. When I look at all the other cultures that had to make space and accommodate trans and non-binary people and non-gender conforming people, they didn't even have these issues, because the only fucking reason why trans folk are even having to be burdened the way that they are is literally for safety. It's literally because of the ignorance that exists in the culture, that it's not even supposed to be this deep. These are things we should already be knowing and be acclimated to. This is the way we should all understand ourselves, is that we're all born in this masculine and feminine. It literally takes both a male and a female to produce life. You're literally made in the image of your father and your mother. Physically, scientifically, you're even birthed out of both of those forces, male and female. Then you have every single religion and spiritual system saying that mankind also is a sum total or birth out of both male and female. You got your own Bible saying, I, your God, created both male and female in my own image. You have scriptures doubling down on the spiritual meaning of marriage, which we make about family and children and gender roles, when that shit says that when male and female come together, that they become one in spirit. There's all these spiritual metaphysical implications that we're talking about a spiritual thing, and we're using these earthly metaphors to describe things that transcend the physical boxes we reduce these things to. It's so much deeper than that. I just feel like in this country, we're missing the real conversation that could be had and the real opportunity that's being given to us by way of the manifestation of this gender dialogue that's now resurrected to the surface as a result of trans people showing up and non-binary people showing up visibly as themselves and forcing us to look and forcing us to deal and forcing us to go there. So I don't know. It's a spiritual thing for me. I don't know what y'all think, but
Lady T.
Somebody can, yeah. Lady T, you could.
Say that again.
Go ahead.
I have a question. And after the question, I'm hoping to have a quick follow-up. Yellow Pill, what is your concerns surrounding trans vagina? Is that I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Did I say that correctly?
Just call it a vagina.
Why? I want to differentiate between that's part of my follow. That's part of my follow-up. That was part of my follow-up question, which is why Miss, I'm so sorry. I'm just wanting to ask him a question. I just wanted to make sure that I had the term correct, because
they just told you no. So.
Because I know that there's a lot of misconceptions that cis hetero people have in regards to the post-op optics.
Lady, you know damn well that these niggas don't give a damn about the technicalities that exist.
No, you're trying to I think I'm trying to see, like, when I'm telling
these niggas ain't even deep enough.
Hey, look, I'm gonna probably be honest with you. Or no, I was just saying for the sake of fact, no, because they all come different Shit, what the hell? they all look different.
These niggas are fucking women behind
Nah,
machines. They ain't
if
thinking
you-
that deep and that intellectually about.
if you put 5 of them on a piece of paper, I ain't gonna be able to tell you the difference. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Okay,
and
so
depending on how the surgery go, I guess they saying they look the same. So if that's the case, I don't know. You got slim ones, you got roast beef sandwiches, you got all of the kind of look. So I'm not finna be able to tell you where it came from. That's between them. So I don't know.
But her
It ain't
question
really
was
no
good
hold up
though.
like that.
Her question was valid.
Oh my God!
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. No, I
He just
understand.
said
Yeah.
no. He can't tell the damn because men don't even concern
Yeah.
But
one love, you knew where I was going with this.
That was the basis of my hypothetical.
I just
want to
hear. I want to hear her question properly. She didn't finish.
I wanted to know what his issue was behind in regards to post-op women, because a lot of cis hetero people have this misconception that it's not like an actual vagina. I just had a conversation. I had to tell my neighbor that there was 2 holes.
Right.
They didn't even know that.
Right.
They didn't know that it got wet. They didn't know none of this.
Right. I'm with you, Lady T. Other than that, girl, I don't know, but I'm with you today.
No, one love. The only thing I got a thing with you is you a rude gal. You a rude gal. You know what I mean? And we bump heads.
I'm sorry,
ghetto girl. So it's gonna be like the rude gal, and we're gonna be like la la la, and then we probably would be the best of friends. But you can't. My head is always.
It's
not
all
everybody
love.
hates you.
It's all love, baby.
Okay.
Lady T, I'm agreeing with you too, but I just didn't like you using the word trans vagina.
That's why I said, is that wrong? I'm not a transsexual woman.
No, you corrected yourself.
No,
you did a good job. You said post-op.
I mean, they told you, to just use vagina.
Right,
Or
but if I use
post-op,
vagina,
right?
I got a vagina too, and it wasn't like after surgery. You understand
But
what I'm saying?
wait a minute, one love, because when we see, this is the difference between me and you and how we see our womanhood. When I am a woman, and that's all I see, period. So
Me
when
too.
you start, so when you start talking about post-op and pre-op and you used to be this,
I said what's the proper term for her to use it? Because you didn't tell her the proper term.
Yes, I did. I said vagina. That's
but what if you want to differentiate trans from cis? How you do that?
I just
women get vagina rejuvenation surgery and reconstructions on their
Can I? I hate to even try to do that, but can I kind of refine the question a little bit?
I answer one last question.
Like take it from my preference.
Well, why would it be the pussy exactly? Like, what makes you think, a Lady T, that's actually the shit that men care about as it relates to the?
Can we hear from the lady with the vagina?
Hold on, I'm asking a question to Lady T.
Because I would probably be with a trans man if they had gotten the bottom surgery right. See, the thing about it is, if you're talking to somebody who is
okay, so
if you're talking about somebody,
Lady T, because I already know where you're going, because I already had asked Yellow Pill that, because I said the same thing about trans men, and I said the fact that trans women can assimilate to that level, that they can literally go all the way in their surgeries, to the point that men like Yellow Pill would be able to have the same sensual experience with a trans woman in the bedroom that he would be able to have with a cis woman in the bedroom. And Yellow Pill basically just can't do it because the shit that's in his head. It ain't even, he already said that.
And you know what?
He already said that.
That's not wrong.
But I was trying to make sure that that's what it was, because I had in the back of my mind, my neighbor, I just had this conversation 2 weeks ago, where my neighbor really thought that trans people was walking around with something that looked like a pussy and they had to get fucked in the ass. I'm trying to tell you what
That's fucked up. I'm sorry. That's fucked up. That is fucked up.
I'm telling you, like So I don't know.
Well, I think whether if you saw it or not,
Lady
these
T,
women
hold on,
have
wait a minute.
already
I
done
need
the
to know,
SRS surgery.
Lady T, what type of cartoon environment do you live? Because you literally, you're like your stories are like it's all like your stories are always like. I need to know like where you live in the United States. What is the name of this community, honey? Because
I'm not going to tell you the name of the community.
I need to
Right.
know because
That part.
there needs to be a documentary done on this environment you live in because you literally
First off,
always
my
you always have the most like fantastical. It's always a very incredible like
Sometimes
mysteries
when you
environment.
talk to people, like when you actually have conversations and you're not just blocking people off or putting them in groups and stuff like that, and you actually talk to people and you don't discriminate, you will come across a lot of different things. You understand what I'm saying? My story spanned from DC to Harlem to the Bronx to Jersey to wherever I've been. I take with it. I'm going to ask you questions. I'm going to all of that.
So
that
what made the conversation come up that led to
now okay, now I'll tell you where we were, and if you want to know, is a poignant question because I was across the street in the projects, but I don't think that makes much of a difference.
Well, no, that makes a lot of it. Yeah, that makes a lot of difference.
That
response makes a lot of sense now.
I have a question for Lady T. Lady T,
yes.
So you said that basically if a trans man equipment was a bio equipment, is that properly for me to say?
Well, yeah, because I've seen. Okay,
I've
like,
had sex with a trans man before, and I've
But
had
it-
sex with a bio male before, and it's the same thing. It's just I think
the same.
Okay,
I
well,
don't
I
know
got a
what's
question. Hold on, because
y'all got me all types. I don't know what the hell going on there.
what type of trans man are you talking about? Like, is this a bottom? Did he top you? I need like
Who, me?
like, have sex with a trans
Me?
man. Yes.
Yeah, I've had sex with a trans man who's that had their bottom surgery.
And they topped you.
Yeah, with their penis.
Okay, so
why is she laughing? Why is she laughing? Girl, what's the problem?
No. I'm laughing at I forgot his name.
Okay.
No.
Red.
Because
I'm sorry. Look, I told you I'm here to learn, and I think I'm learning. All right. I didn't know they doing that, y'all. No, for real, y'all got to tell me about some stuff now. Hold on. This y'all time to ask some damn questions around here. They adding on today. Like, wait a minute, that's what they doing now. And I'm just asking out of genuine.
They've been doing it.
This might be I ain't know nothing about that. Hey,
because
I didn't pick up the book.
Stuck on organic vagina. Maybe if you open your brain to.
I'm stuck on, but I'm talking about are they doing penis surgeries? That's what I'm asking.
They're doing everything.
They add-ons like you can get. Nah, y'all.
Okay, no. Hold on.
I'm asking. I'm gonna shut up.
I'm not even fucking playing. I'm dead ass serious. I have been looking at the bottom surgery that trans men have been getting. And I have not seen where they have developed the means to give a trans man I don't even know how to say it. To give trans men
a visual penis.
Well, what they do.
I mean, if we're gonna call it,
wait.
Just call it a dick. If it's a vagina, it's a dick, right?
I ain't clarified, and I done been here for too fucking long, and I'm getting agitated.
Wait, did
anybody
in the panel?
Hold on, but I'm not finished. I have everything that I've seen regarding the bottom surgery.
Right,
has been a makeshift penis, but has not been. But that is not what we not what we are not what we expect from not what we're accustomed to on male bodies, but they have like a baby form of They have a makeshift penis that is, for the most part, flaccid. I don't know what surgeries have happened since 48 hours ago. If trans men are out here, huh?
Okay, first of all, we sound very ignorant. So let me just try to be
Yes,
respectful
I
to the
am
trans
very ignorant.
men.
This is why I'm
Okay.
asking motherfucking questions. I'm very clear that I got.
Okay, so basically,
questions.
to make the penis, right? They would graft your skin from your
I know what
thighs.
they grafted out of. I'm trying
Right.
to ask.
So it looks. So basically, visually, it looks like a penis. Yes. So
I know
what's your
that.
question?
I'm clear about that. That's why I say I've seen they have a makeshift.
Okay.
And it's a baby. It's, to me, it looks like a baby.
No, this one that I took was about 7.5 inches.
See, I haven't seen that yet. I didn't know.
Yeah.
See, I need to.
Yeah.
I need. Okay,
Because
I need more
I know
visual.
trans men, and they don't, who've had bottom surgery, but they don't have that. They have what
But
I'm
you have to
talking about.
remember that the trans man community, they are very private. It's not like they're trans women that's very open about their transness. So when a trans man who's fully transitioned, we shouldn't use the word fully, but when a trans man has their bottom surgery, they mostly tend to go for hetero cis people. It's few in between that would actually date on the spectrum, right? So you may not come across it or see it common as trans women, but with trans men, they're very discreet when it comes to just having sex with basically cis on the spectrum of sexuality. They mostly go for cishet women. So a lot of cishet women don't talk about it, that they sleep with their trans man because their trans man may be living in a self lifestyle or a self way of living. So yeah, the person that I was dating, they were selfed. So the person that I had sex with, he had a 7.5 inches penis, and basically it was erect. It worked fully functional. The only thing that didn't come out was a gatch of sperms after deep throating his dick real well. You know, like I goggled his balls a little bit. I played with his asshole a little bit. You know, I sucked on it real good. And I love that happy ending where, you know, either you come in my mouth or all over my face. So I didn't get that part. But hopefully one day scientists will discover that come in my face. But it works though.
Okay,
It
so
gives you
I'm
good
shook.
Questions like
Hold on, let me see. So I'm shook by that information because I know trans men, and they've shown me.
Mhm.
I've seen their genitalia, and they still use like dildos and toys despite having a makeshift penis because it's not fully functional and it's not even large enough to really accommodate a satisfying sexual experience. And then when I read a lot of where the science is around the penises for trans men, I don't like, maybe like you got to send me some articles, One Love, because everything that I'm reading
Yeah.
still has not provided. They've not been able to provide trans men with.
I wish there was some trans men in the comment section that can jump on. But
I'm gonna bring some of my trans men homeboys on here because this is how I know that this is what because I'm speaking
right. But for me, I enjoy dildos. So I enjoy vagina, I enjoy asshole, I enjoy everything. So what I'm saying is, I think with some trans men, when they have sex with gay man, they're kind of intimidated by the bio penis. So you have to put that in mind as well, because they're still living in a construct of like fear and like kind of not being comfortable with their bodies. So when they're with a woman, they want to be aggressive, right? Because I'm like a submissive woman where a man would be like, okay, I'm gonna like fuck the shit out of me, right? But at the same time, if my man want me to fuck the shit out of him, I can just switch up one time. So what I'm saying is, he has to be so comfortable where he's gonna make you enjoy his penis, right? So it depends on who you're dealing with. So maybe you have to still go on a dating line and try to search for guys who is, what do you call it, pre-op or post-op? One post-op, sorry. So search for guys who are post-op, and there's, trust me, if you go on OnlyFans, if you go on Twitter, you'll see a lot of trans men with their penis, but you do get a lot of bottom. So it varies. I can't judge them, but yeah, the dick was fine. He gave me a good doggy and it was good. I can't complain. I'm not lying.
Oh my God.
Lady T, you know the doggy, what I'm talking about, girl.
Right, but my question is this, right? Because when I go to Google it, and I'm gonna tell you how this whole thing started, right? When I said before that I've been with a woman, I don't even know if I can technically say that because it was a trans man, but I didn't know they were trans men until like we were in our 30s. That's when they told that they were.
I heard this story before. She was right on it. She did say that before.
Trans men, right? Then now they came out to me about that, but that whole time, but the thing about it is they were very what's the word? Like wouldn't let me touch breasts, wouldn't let me touch their vagina because they still had issues or some kind of body dysmorphia or whatever like that. So I can't even say that it was like a true experience or anything like that.
See, there's a trans girl in the comment section. She said that a trans man went down on her and it was amazing. A lot of trans women do have sex with trans men and it's amazing. They just, I don't know if gay men experience. I'm not sure if they're attracted. Most of them are attracted to gay men. But I get hit up by a lot of trans men and a lot of studs. So, yeah.
Yeah. So because even a lot of the porn around like trans men, a lot of them
getting fucked
don't have. Yeah, they don't have.
Yeah, and they don't have body surgery.
And then like all of the like because I've been looking at the post-op pics on Google and the internet as well, and I've never seen a fully functional, endowed makeshift penis like trans men. It's always in
the opposite.
Conscious, can I ask you a question? In our mother's womb, don't we all start off as female? It's just that your vagina grows out and the other vagina grows in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So to Yellow, who was saying that a vagina is made out of male parts and the male parts is made out of vagina, we all start off as females in the womb. It's just that one goes in and one comes out. And I just chose to put mine back in.
Girl, it doesn't matter how much you educate that man.
I'm with that. No, it's cool. Shit, that's simple. That's simple. I got an Audi, you got an any. That's just, I mean, is it that hard to figure out?
Respect her vagina as organic.
Her vagina is her vagina. That's what I'm gonna respect it as.
You rather organic vagina.
Yeah, I'm just talking shit.
Organic.
I'm just talking shit. Now, real talk.
So you're bashing us now.
I am. No, I'm just playing.
I need to fly you out and make you sign the NDA, and we have like off. What they call it? Off air discussion because I feel like you got superpowers. Like,
no, okay. I'm gonna be straight up with you, right? So when you was talking about like all of like the spirit realm and all of that, like I'm not as like religious or nothing like that, but I do believe I'm like super self-aware, right? Like my self-awareness is kind of on a level where you talking about like I know I exist as just a small little inconsequential piece of billions of universes. In reality, I might be like on this planet, I might stand 6'2", but compared to the universe, I'm as small as the smallest atom in my body. You know what I'm saying? So that type of shit, I'm with you on that. Like, cause I'm into all of that. I'm more into like space and universes and kind of like, cause when you was talking all that just sounded to me was like Doctor Strange. I don't know if y'all seen Doctor Strange. No spoilers alert. that's pretty much. And I was on that. I was like, okay, Conscious pretty much described Doctor Strange, and I understand that perfectly. You know what I'm saying? So like I understand like being able to go through different planes and different bodies and stuff like that. Man, I just had a dream like that last night for real. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be straight up with you. I had a dream last night. So if y'all seen Doctor Strange, it's been out for a minute. Shit's on like DVD now, whatever. Right. It's like body jumping. I can't remember what it's called. I can't remember what it's called exactly. It's early, a little tired. But you can jump from body to body. Like you can possess your body in different dimensions, right? And you kind of see what they experience you in their frame. So long story short, like last night I actually had a dream that I got shot in the chest like 3 times. I didn't die, I was moving around. But when I woke up, like in them spots, my chest hurt. And I was like, basically it felt like, well, the other me in the other universe, that nigga got shot up.
Come on, metaverse.
So I'm all for that right there. Like, yeah, metaverse, all that, other me's and all that. Like the one, I'm all of that. Like for real, I'm with all that type of stuff. So I believe in us
What are you
being
attracted
just
to?
spirits and shit like
Let's
that.
get off that topic. It's triggering.
You ain't got to be a hater your whole life.
No, I'm just saying the shooting kind of like. I don't want nobody to get killed like that.
I had to use the bathroom. I'm sorry, I had to take a tinkle.
Reckless, we can't hear you. What's your attraction? Do you have a preference?
What you say, me?
Yeah, Reckless. Do you have a preference?
I do have a preference, but however, I'm trying to get out of that. Honestly, shit, you missing out on love doing that bullshit.
Absolutely.
What's your preference?
I just want a guy that's not fucking toxic. Like I personally prefer a guy who's in touch both his masculine and femininity.
Mm-hmm.
That's a real turn on for me. Of course, I want a guy that's in shape only because I go to the gym a lot and stuff. I haven't been going lately, but I go to the gym a lot and stuff. So I would like to go out with somebody that goes to the gym too. But however, I'm not opposed to give me a big dude. I'm not opposed to it.
So would you date a transgender man or a non-binary man?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm doing the work to try to undo a lot and do a lot of unlearning. But however, I have been in a situation. I'm like, oh, they fine. But then when I find they transgender, I don't think I can be able to get to the point to where actually having sexual intercourse and stuff. But I'm still
so
unlearning.
you're at the same level as Yellow.
I'm at the same level
as Yellow, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, I've acknowledged that for me, I'm doing a lot of unlearning.
Right. Okay. Mm-hmm. So your option is not closed, but it's just educating.
Yeah, it's not closed because I never really experienced it or anything like that. But
okay, so you're one level up from Yellow.
Because to be completely honest, I only dealt with masculine men with that toxic ass shit. But what ended up happening? This bitch above me dared me to go outside of my comfort zone, not go completely out, but just kind of nudge and go a little out. And I started going with dudes who was like a little bit on the
not even just there. I had to get into this bitch brain and break it down like I be doing here every goddamn day. And and he actually then got inspired to take a chance and got his motherfucking asshole rocked open by a damn by a top. He let go of a toxic trade. He let go of that addiction to just testosterone and toxic ass masculinity, and gave just a man, a well-to-do man, the opportunity to get him together, and did get him completely together.
Wow.
Hey, so can I make a blanket statement? Can I make a
on people on this?
Wait,
on this.
Can I make a blanket statement about the panel before I go?
Okay.
So basically, y'all all just prefer somebody hitting that shit, right? No, it really don't matter who it is, right?
Of course, it does matter. Stop
I
saying
can
that.
respect that. I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying. No, it don't matter who
We
it
don't
is, right?
want.
What I'm saying,
Only person
right?
that wants you is
I'm
conscious.
with you.
We don't want you.
Matter.
Don't speak for conscious, baby.
Okay.
No, I'm just I'm about to roll out there. I did want to say truly though. Thank you, y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Me too. I'm
Thank
about to go too. Thank you so much for inviting me on
Thank
your
you,
platform.
One Love. Thank you. Actually, we all about to go. Everybody get the hell off. Good night.
I'm gonna take what I learned back to the cis people.
Yes.
Please.
Good
night, y'all.
I'm showing what I've learned. Bye, y'all.
Conscious, I wish you would have educated Mary because she's saying males start off with a Y chromosome. It's genetic, but she didn't really understand what I was.
I already did. It's called Google Mary. Okay.
Good, y'all funny.
Thank you so much, Conscious.
Thank you so much, Serenity. Thank you for sharing, girl. And I yes, thank you for telling me your story, telling us your story, honey.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I'll be on your platform a lot. But you mostly can't get in the conversations because it'd be like so many people.
It's a lot.
But I was able to get in tonight, and thank you so much.
Yes, no, thank you so much, and God bless you to you and your family and everything. And keep us posted, girl.
Yeah, my baby woke now. She's looking in my face. So I guess she said,
"All right, won't be mama child."
Wait, Serenity.
Yes.
Serenity. Are you on Instagram or something?
I'm on Instagram, but I mostly do my Facebook.
Okay, so right now put in the back chat. Oh well, wait, but right now put in the back chat your socials. No, not your social medias, not your social security.
Okay, let me just give you one because the one that me and my husband share, I keep that private. But I'll give you my Instagram.
I live for your story. Let me see.
My Instagram.
Okay.
Oh, I gotta find my name on Instagram. I can't. Hold on. Because I don't even be on Instagram like that no more. Because when you get married, your husband will make me tell you to stay off those type of social sites.
Oh,
this it right here. It's my name.
Oh, it's your name? Serenity?
Yeah. On Instagram, yes.
Serenity. Oh, I think that's gonna be kind of hard to find.
No, it's on Instagram. Just push in Serenity and then press the last name, and then you should see me. I have you just see my face and long hair.
Oh, Adore.
What?
Is it Adore?
No, it's not Adore. It's just Serenity. I'm trying.
How about you give her your?
Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. Okay, so it's Strictly Reckless. That's mine. Boom, right there.
Exit into the private chat. Can you have access to it? Oh my God, they're fighting. Hold on. And I saw something on. I'm waiting. Did you do it in the comments or did you do it in the private? Okay. Okay, hold on. STR.
Period.
Because I want to make sure I'm getting.
How do you feel about the show today?
It was a great day.
CT.
I'm tired.
What do you have on?
My thing is it's like a gray, yellow, red picture. My face. It's my logo. You'll see it.
Okay, it's all one word, right?
Yep, Strictly Reckless.
STRIC CT. Okay, I need to put an L in there. Oh Lord Jesus Christ. I'm having a hard time doing this.
I'm gonna have to get this together another night. It ain't
okay. I see you. No, wait. I found you. But how do I get in? It just goes straight to your picture.
Okay, just click on it and just press follow. Bam, right there.
Okay, I'm following you.
Okay, there we go. I'm following you.
You got me? You see me?
Yep, I see you.
All right, thank you, Conscious. Good night, baby.
You're welcome. Good night. Okay. I want to read this last little piece about females and all that. Okay, this is from sciencealert.com. Okay, we were all female. Okay, it begins as it may come as a surprise to some of our male readers, but you actually all started out as females, physically and phenotypically speaking. So how is this possible? Well, we all know that when a man and a woman make a tiny human, they each provide 23 chromosomes. One pair of chromosomes helps to determine the baby's sex. 2 X chromosomes, and it'll be a female, and an X chromosome from the mother, and a Y chromosome from the father, and it'll be a male. The key here explains the episode of ASAP Science above is that the Y chromosome doesn't kick in right away. In fact, the first 5 to 6 weeks of embryonic development are attributed to the X chromosome alone, and females grow from embryo to fully develop through the influence of only the X chromosome, they say. When it comes to males, after the 5 or 6 week period, a gene called the SRI gene will activate on the Y chromosome and actively inhibit certain features of the X chromosome. It will also impose through genetic dominance male physiological traits such as the testicles. This means that if the SRI gene is not activated, the female phenotype and physical appearance, which means clitoris instead of penis, will persist. And what about nipples? It goes on and on and on, girl. So y'all do your research. Do with that what thou will. Okay? Take it up with science, child. Argue science down, honey. Thank you, Reckless, for being here. Shout out your social media shot before we get the fuck up out of here.
Alrighty, what's going on, y'all? Welcome to the land of reckless logic. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please, please, please smack the notification bell so do not miss any more posts from us. And another thing as well, all this whole time I understand that this is his platform, but I'll be up here too. So with that being said, if you guys can slide me a little small donation, it really is appreciated. My Cash App is my name, R Logic with 2 C's 98. I really do appreciate it. I love you guys so very much. Thank you.
Yes, honey. It is my platform. The bitch who's doing all of the actual fucking work. Okay.
Girl,
and you motherfucking hoes, the bandwagon, the motherfucking platform, okay?
You're mine too.
Provide the boat. Y'all can at least fish for your goddamn self. But yes, honey, if y'all want to bless this tired asshole, honey, who don't help me to create no tags, help me to set up the StreamYard, baby.
Oh, girl, you
and then promote his shit. Give him a bigger platform to self-promote. Let him slay girls.
I just don't do
nothing. Build it on
In the
extra
words of in logic,
girl. You see how the girl is trying to take it all.
I don't do nothing.
The last word here. Goodbye. Okay, and I want to shout out my cast supporters. Okay. Anya, thank you, honey. Lady T, God bless you. Okay, Miss Bradley, Zora, and Sherry, girl, and Miss Gilbert, and my baby mother, LB, girl. Okay, thank y'all for holding the king, girl. Okay, holding out the king. God bless you. Oh, hold on, wait a minute. And hold on, somebody had put Anja, honey, Anya, girl, God, double down on the blessing for you, Miss Mamas. Good Lord, okay? That made today definitely all the while worth it, okay? And yes, honey, if y'all want to bless any of the co-hosts, girl, bless them down, throw them some change, girl. And I gotta go. I'm tired, y'all. I love y'all. This was amazing. Thank y'all to the contributors. I gotta get out here. I will see y'all. I don't know when I will see y'all, girl. Definitely probably won't be today. Okay. So on that note, good night, and we'll figure out the rest later.